Latinos reinvent teen U.S. city. Mike Davis. Forward. Latinos and the crossover aesthetic. Roman de la Campa. It is often said that globalization moves the world past nationalist zealousness, though there is growing evidence that globalization may also embolden it. The push towards utopias without borders such as trade-foot EE zones, transnational currencies, nomadic workforce CES and the ever-expansive territory of the Internet may have brought a new identity crisis to much of the world. Even rich, secure nations like the United States have responded to these pressures with a wave of protectionism as well as new laws regarding language use and citizen rights. In this path-breaking book, Mike Davis looks at one of the most important registers of the global epoch in the United States. The Latino demographic growth, its ongoing impact on the design of major American cities, its potential for social and political change and its new claim on the American imaginary. Latinos, Latin Americans, immigrants, exiles, refugees, border peoples, rafters. It's becoming difficult to define the legal or 12-iviagical urbaniciv ontological status of this fluid diaspora of 32 million people in the United States. Yet they now constitute a growing political and economic force that can no longer be ignored. Davis's magical urbanism charts an inventive and well-researched guide through this momentous topic. What I'd like to do here, briefly, is to underline the issue of language and cultural dispersal as it pertains to Latinos. The topic of identity always calls for moments of intense reflection. One of mine came as I watched West Side Story one summer night in Miami many years ago. I asked myself why Puerto Ricans, whose presence in New York had a long history, were portrayed in such a negative light. I also wondered if other groups or individuals from the Caribbean, myself, for example, would be seen in a similar way. I was shaken a bit. Could one be an American and yet retain cultural, ethnic, and linguistic differences without becoming a second-class citizen? Or was this just a problem for New York Puerto Ricans, whose class and racial background was generally different from that first migration wave of Cubans that brought me here? Later, as my stay grew longer and my own condition became a question, I discovered a more forgiving, but still stereotyped, image of someone of Latin background, in this case Cuban-born, who lived in the United States. Desi Arnaz's Latinity often highlighted in /Love Lucy, focused on his Latin lover looks, dark but still within whiteness, accent, and musical nature. At the time one also hadn't the slightest idea of what a Chicano might be or what the complex history between the United States and Mexico could portend. Cubans generally knew little about the rest of Latin America, and my years in the Midwest had taught me even less about it. All Latinos in the United States can be said to share some characteristics besides the imposed need to identify ourselves with names we may not like or agree with, like Hispanic, Latino or hyphenated American. Even Cubans who stay within the boundaries of a closed, mostly Spanish-speaking community in Miami ultimately find their children or younger relatives immersed in the cultural realities of the United States and thus somewhat distanced from the nationalistic exile fervor of their elders. Some even seek, or are driven to, greater assimilation in the U.S. mainstream, while many retain a plural disposition about language, culture, and identity like most other Latinos in the United States, whose points of origin have multiplied tremendously in the last 2 decades to include Dominicans, Colombians, Ecuadorians, Nicaraguans, and Salvadorans, among others. But this phenomenon is not limited to Latinos. New ethnic enclaves in the United States, Asian, West Indian, as well as Hispanic and/or Latino, made up of refugees, exiles, legal and illegal immigrants, boat people, rafters, and tourists, defy categories that have been rendered meaningless by hemispheric migratory pressures. The Latino in the U.S. is, therefore, a particular distraction to both myths, the American melting pot concept modeled on white European experience, and the Cuban exile ideology of national reconquest, paradoxically, but perhaps only, kept alive by an intractably split between an aging caudillo in Cuba and a transplanted ruling class that has thrived economically in the United States. The languages of social science run into uncharted territory when attempting to account for the post-melting pot period of American history. Each Latino group may be unique, but even 14 those that are newly arrived come to share a call for a different, if unstable, sense of ontological space characterized by a doubleness, too American to seriously undertake a return to the motherland, but able to nurture a different cultural and linguistic heritage in the United States, with which it maintains contact in multiple and contradictory ways. In the case of historically Latino groups such as Chicanos and New Yorkers, it is not a question of returning anywhere, but of claiming, or retaining, a space of difference within the Americas, the United States as well as Latin America. In this book, Mike Davis distinctly exemplifies many of the Latino and border zone shifts that are changing the way we understand the North/South divide and reshaping the Americas. My own experience suggests that the distance between Latinos and immigrant groups of Latin Americans who see themselves strictly as exiles and foreign nationals is also giving way to a fusion of considerable significance to both groups. It is worth repeating that it was only here in the United States that many native Cubans like myself actually met Latin Americans from many different countries, as the political and economic upheavals affecting their respective native lands brought us to the U.S. in exile during the past 30 years or so. The same goes for other Latin Americans. It is also here where Latin Americans become part of the Latino population, particularly once we stray from our neighborhoods and families. At that point our experience, regardless of class and ethnicity, begins to acquire a sense of plurality deriving from a dual linguistic and cultural bearing. Does the growing Latino or Hispanic population constitute a 15 potential political force, or should it be seen mainly as a nimble source of identity whose meaning remains in a state of contradictory flux? There is no pan-ethnic Latino identity as such, and national origin will always remain crucial in any grouping of this so-called minority. But its presence as an identifiable entity in the United States does emerge in certain contexts, when its intrinsic diversity is fused together as a differential other. This may be best understood in reference to Latin America itself, so diverse as to defy any sense of ethnic, linguistic, or cultural whole. Yet, like Latinos in the United States, Latin America is often forced into a conceptual or political unity as a hemispheric or civilizational other to the United States, in a way that Canada, for example, generally is not, although that may be changing. Ironically, the constant influx of Latin Americans migrating to the United States has been shown to revitalize the Hispanic roots of Latinos in the U.S., thereby augmenting the distress felt by those who sense that this country is in danger of complicating its own identity. The idea of the Latino is quite fertile precisely because it is problematic. It complicates how Latin Americans think of themselves now that constant migration between American border zones makes it hard to demarcate between Latinos and Latin America. So much contemporary television shown in Latin America is filmed in the United States and carries a Latino sensitivity, particularly the news shows, but also some hybrid shows like Primer Impacto, as well as the blither variety programs like Cristina and Stato Gigante. Conversely, the influx of Latin Americans to the United States affects historical Latino groups, inching them closer to national roots and requiring greater levels of Span 16-ish competence. The crossover effect is not only in the direction of share, it also requires the capacity to get back into the Spanish markets, symbols, and signs. This is the insight that guides the current marketing of Latino music in the United States. It may also be the insight that Richard Rodriguez lacked in his widely read Hunger of Memory. His sense of rebirth through English and melting pot Americanism allowed him to leave behind a world of Spanish he identified with a static paternal influence. But Rodriguez was too bound to his childhood traumas in that book to recognize the growing importance of Spanish language and culture in the United States in the 1980s and 1990s. He failed to grasp the crossover insight that came with the times, the thought that he can love, and perform, in more than one language, or nation, for that matter. Rodriguez's second book of memoirs, Days of Obligation, charts a different route on the interrelationship between language, literature, and national identity. Though it is still somewhat influenced by the author's need to punish Chicano ethnic politics, he lets it be known, playfully, that he needs to learn a lot more about Mexico, as well as Latin America and other related topics that he is now being paid to write about by credit card companies, magazines, and other enterprises that are active agents in the constantly changing nature of the American character. His second memoir can thus be read as a rather coy critique of his first. It remains to be seen if Days of Obligation finds as many fervent readers in high school and college English departments as Hunger of Memory, but it certainly charts new paths for the author. The result is a highly ironic and wickedly equivocal attempt to write in 8-line English about contemporary Latin America and Latino California themes. One can't help but notice that a crossover aesthetic has found its way to Richard Rodriguez, and he in turn seems to have discovered a new America in which he can be a Latino writer after all. I'm inclined to believe the literary dash of his second book seduced the ethnic fears of his first. The renowned Mexican poet-philosopher Octavio Paz, a cultural icon for generations of Latin American poets and writers far removed from any Latino sensitivities, once came across a group of Pachucos while strolling through the city of Los Angeles in the mid-1940s. He had never seen or heard about them, but he was suddenly struck by the realization they had something to do with him. As told in his Labyrinth of Solitude, Paz was dumbfounded upon discovering that a Latin American's inward gaze must necessarily incorporate the contradictory insights that await him or her in the Latino population of the United States. The same potential for crossover insights can be found in the relationship between Latinos and Americans. Latinos are without a doubt the most profound challenge to the American melting pot myth, in that they don't adhere to just English, or to the one-drop definition of racial otherness, and they are themselves part of an American migration with a rich history in this hemisphere. It is often asked why Latinos don't simply conform to established forms of assimilation to American life. One answer might be that Latinos are already deeply American, they derive from a north-south divide that is yielding a new geography, and they are thoroughly engaged in the project of further defining what Americanness means. 16 Stumbling into one's double is always a startling but telling experience. It happened to Paz in a city whose rich Mexican heritage should not have been a surprise to him. For Richard Rodriguez, it was an image conjured up by a literary market whose demand for Latino themes he could no longer disdain. There is an interesting lesson in both cases. The study of Latinos can only begin by charting unsuspected encounters, with full awareness that the task is bound to find unsuspected mirrors bound to reflect the researcher's unguarded gaze. Topics such as these demand an ear for artistic flows as well as a deep understanding of political and economic forces that are shaping our landscape. Readers of Magical Urbanism will find a unique attempt to engage these challenges. 1. Sometime during 1996, at the very latest, Latinos surpassed African Americans as the second largest ethno-racial group in New York City. They had long been the largest census group in the Bronx. There were no street celebrations in El Barrio or Quisqueya, Washington Heights, nor did the mayor hold a press conference from the steps of Gracie Mansion. Indeed, most New Yorkers were oblivious to this demographic watershed, which was first announced in an academic working paper. Yet it was an epochal event all the same, comparable to the numerical ascendance of the Irish during the 1860s or the peaking of black migration to New York City a century later. Thanks to a booming Spanish surname population, no borough except Staten Island any longer has a majority ethnicity. 4 years later California celebrated the millennium as the second mainland state, after New Mexico, to become a majority-minority society. Dramatically ahead of earlier projections. 2. White non-Hispanics, nearly 80% of the population in 1970, became a minority for the first time since the gold rush without discounting the cultural and economic dynamism of recent Asian immigration. The major engine of this stunning metamorphosis has been the Mexicanization of Southern California. At the beginning of the Vietnam War, Los Angeles still had the highest percentage of native-born white Protestants of the 10 biggest U.S. cities. But Latinos moved into the passing lane in the late 1970s when they achieved a plurality in the city of Los Angeles. By 1998 they outnumbered Anglos in Los Angeles County by more than 1 million. Within 40 years, moreover, an estimated 13 to 15 million Latinos will be the majority everywhere south of the Tehachapi's. New York and Los Angeles are, respectively, the second and third largest metropolitan economies on Earth. Tokyo-Yokohama is the largest, and their ethnic transformation mirrors a decisive national trend with important international resonances. Salsa is becoming the predominant ethnic flavor and rhythm in major U.S. metropolitan areas. In 6 of the 10 biggest cities, New York, Los Angeles, Houston, San Diego, Phoenix, and San Antonio, in that order, Latinos now outnumber blacks, and in Los Angeles, Houston, and San Antonio, non-Hispanic whites as well. Within a few years, both Dallas and Fort Worth will have Spanish surname pluralities, while in Chicago Latinos are now 27% of the population and hold the balance of power in most city elections. Indeed, as Illinois' Latino population, mainly in Chicago and its inner suburbs, nearly doubles by 2020, they will become the state's largest minority. Philadelphia's Latinos, traditional 3. Filaricans as well as more recent Colombian and Central American immigrants, will remain a second-place minority for the foreseeable future, but they have provided most of the city's demographic energy over the last decade, boosting themselves from 6% of the population in 1990 to more than 10% in 2000. Likewise, Metro Boston now has Latino-majority suburbs like Lawrence, and soon Chelsea, while the low-paid service working class of the Beltway, like the District of Columbia itself, is increasingly Salvadoran or Mexican. Only Detroit, with the most threadbare private sector economy of any major central city, clearly stands apart from the trend. On the other hand, Latinos have been the fastest growing population group in Michigan as a whole and now comprise more than 10% of the population of small cities and towns like Saginaw, Adrian, and Shelby. In the broader census universe, 18 of the 25 most populous U.S. counties, good statistical surrogates for metropolitan cores, will have larger Latino than Black populations by 2003. Although urban centers where Latinos are majorities or the largest minority are still concentrated in the southwestern tier of states, Spanish surname populations have also been growing in hothouse fashion in cities with negligible historical Mexican or Spanish connections like Anchorage, 20,000, Portland, 115,000, Salt Lake City, 40% of the elementary school population, and Milwaukee, 100,000. Regionally, both the Pacific Northwest and New England now have larger Spanish surname than Black populations. And Latinos provided an incredible 50% of population growth in 10 central states over the last generation, thus sparking debate on the browning of the Midwest. 4. A decade ago Latinos were a negligible element in the cultural landscape of the New South. Exponential growth of the Latino population in the 1990s, 149% in Arkansas, 110% in North Carolina, 102% in Georgia, and so on, has changed this. There are now more than 1 million Mexican immigrants in Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas. Even Nashville, where 1 in 13 residents is Latino, has a new sonido, the norteño music booming from its 3 Spanish-language radio stations. Los Tigres del Norte compete with Garth Brooks and Chipotle complements Chitlins across a vast stretch of the South, in urban Little Mexicos, like Nashville's Nolensville Road District, and mono-industrial company towns, like Houma, Louisiana, or Dalton, Georgia, alike. Perhaps the most spectacular example of a sudden addiction to salsa is Las Vegas, the nation's fastest-growing metropolitan area throughout the 1990s. 30 years ago, the gambling oasis had hardly any Spanish-speaking residents, and the casino industry relied 5. On a segregated Black population for its supply of maids and janitors. Today, nearly 200,000 Latinos outnumber Blacks in both back-of-the-house occupations and the general population. Almost overnight, precarious money transfer outlets and immigration consultants have filled strip malls in new immigrant neighborhoods to the north and east of the strip. One roadside swap meet catering to immigrant Latinos in the adjacent city of North Las Vegas now draws an estimated 20,000 customers each weekend. Some of this influx consists of families relocating from the deindustrialized neighborhoods of East Oakland and the dead copper towns of southern Arizona, but mostly it is spillover from the immigrant barrios of Los Angeles County. Extrapolations from current school-age demographics indicate that Latinos will become the majority in the city of Las Vegas within a decade. This far-reaching Latin Americanization of large and medium-sized central cities is being driven by a formidable demographic engine, a Spanish surname population that is increasing by 1 million annually or, 1990 to 96, 10 times faster than the Anglo population. While nativist hysteria has focused on supposedly unrestricted immigration, the growth of the Latino population is equally the consequence of higher fecundity in the context of larger families, especially amongst those of Mexican origin, 2/3 of all Latinos. The total fertility rate for women born in Mexico is more than double that of Anglo women. Even if all immigration were ended tomorrow, the dramatically younger Latino population, median age 26, would continue to increase rapidly at the statistical expense of aging, non-Hispanic whites, median age 38. Jose, as a result, is now the 6th most popular name for baby boys in both California and Texas, and Southern Californians are more likely to greet each other with K-tall than hey, dude. Happy face. More importantly, Spanish surname children have since the late 1990s accounted for a larger share of the national school-age population than African Americans, and Latinos are expected to displace blacks as the largest minority before the end of the year 2000, far ahead of earlier predictions. Indeed, if the 3.5 million U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico are included as part of the national population, Latinos surpassed African Americans at the beginning of the Clinton administration. Furthermore, the present demographic momentum will ensure that by 2025 there will be 16 million more Latinos, 59 million, than blacks, 43 million. From then until mid-century, according to the Bureau of the Census, Latinos will supply fully 2/3 of U.S. population growth. Shortly after 2050, non-Hispanic whites, 25% of whom will be 65 or older, will become a minority group. These are millennial transformations with truly millennial implications for U.S. politics and culture. Latinos, moreover, have a striking preference for big cities that contrasts with the crabgrass prejudices of an overwhelmingly suburban nation. Only Asian Americans are more urbanized. Happy face, with the partial exception of Mexicans, who also invigorate small-town life from California, which had 72 Latino-majority cities in 1990, to Loa. All major Latino groups are heavily concentrated in the 20 largest cities, with Los Angeles and New York alone accounting for almost 1/3 of the national Spanish surname population. Having long boasted of being Mexico's second city, Los Angeles now also has a Salvadoran population equal to or greater than San Salvador. New York City, meanwhile, has as many Puerto Ricans as San Juan and as many Dominicans as Santo Domingo. Without this Latino population boom, many big American cities would be dramatically shrinking in the face of accelerated white flight and, since 1990, blackout migration. The greater Los Angeles and New York City metro areas, the National Journal notes, each suffered a net loss of more than 1 million domestic migrants from 1990-95. Latinos, with help from Asian immigrants, compensated for this exodus to the edge cities and exurbs the stubbornly binary discourse of American public culture has, however, yet to register the historical significance of this ethnic transformation of the urban landscape. The living color of the contemporary big city, dynamically Asian as well as Latino, is still viewed on an old-fashioned black and white screen. This is almost literally true. A recent study found that only 1 out of every 50 characters on primetime U.S. television is a Latino. As Elizabeth Martinez notes, the 1992 Rodney King riots in Los Angeles County were universally interpreted as black versus white or black versus Korean, despite the fact that a majority of arrestees had Spanish surnames and came from immigrant neighborhoods severely battered by recession. Similarly, when more than 75,000 young Latinos protesting anti-immigrant Proposition 187 marched out of their high schools throughout California in 1994, the largest student protest in the state's history, it was virtually ignored by the media networks, although a comparable uprising by black or white students would have become a national sensation. Unfortunately, the invisibility of Latinos also extends to high-end urban studies. For more than a decade, urban theory has been intensely focused on trying to understand how the New World economy is reshaping the metropolis. Yet most of the literature on globalization has paradoxically ignored its most spectacular U.S. expression. This neglect, moreover, is not for want of a richness of data and ideas. Researchers in the fields of Chicano, Puerto Rican, and Cuban American studies, as well as urban sociologists, anthropologists, and immigration specialists, have produced a bumper crop of important findings and conceptual innovations that soi-disant urban theory has failed to harvest. 9. Moreover, Latino studies recently has been capturing broad academic attention with its effective attacks on the Great Wall of U.S. exceptionalism that has stood for so long between Latin American studies and American studies. This little book explores some of the consequences of putting Latinos where they clearly belong, in the center of debate about the future of the American city. 2. The Latino metropolis is, in the first place, the crucible of far-reaching transformations in urban culture and ethnic identity. For half a century, the designers of the U.S. Census have struggled to create a category that would successfully capture all the individuals, regardless of race or household language, who share distinctive Latin American cultural roots. After early vacillations over whether Mexicans were a race, yes in 1930, no in 1940, several alternate statistical universes, including the category of persons of Spanish mother tongue, 1950, and Spanish surname, 1960, were tried and abandoned because of heavy numerical leakage. In population sampling for the 1990 census, census workers simply asked people if they identified with any of 12 national identities, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban and so on. Households with positive replies, independent of answers to other identity questions, were enumerated as Hispanic, a category adopted in the 1970s by the Nixon admini. 12. Stration and first deployed in the 1980 census. This is at best a bureaucratic expediency. In California and Texas, for example, Latino is generally preferred to Hispanic, while in South Florida it is considered bad etiquette. On the East Coast both labels are common currency. Scholars, meanwhile, have tried to draw battle lines between what they discern as different politics of usage. Juan Flores, for example, condemns the superficiality and invidiousness of the term Hispanic in its current bureaucratic usage. Agreeing with him, Suzanne Obler, who devotes an entire book to the subject, and Rodolfo Acuna both claim that Hispanic is principally favored by Eurocentric Spanish surname elites in opposition to grassroots identification with Latino. In the same vein, to identify oneself today as a Hispanic, Neil Foley writes, is partially to acknowledge one's ethnic heritage without surrendering one's whiteness. Hispanic identity thus implies a kind of separate but equal whiteness with a twist of salsa, enough to make one ethnically flavorful and culturally exotic without, however, compromising one's racial privilege as a white person. Jeffrey Fox, on the other hand, argues that Hispanic, with its emphasis on Spanish language heritage as the foundation of meta-ethnicity, has no implied racial or class agendas and is simply preferred by most immigrants from Latin America. Happy face, the debate is unlikely to be resolved. Indeed, there is broad critical awareness that both labels fail to acknowledge the decisive quotient of indigenous genetic and cultural heritage in the populations they describe. Both metacategories, in fact, were originally 19th-century ideological impositions from Europe. 13. Hispanicity from liberal Spain and Latinity from the France of Napoleon IL/consanguinity, expunged, as Paul Edison has emphasized, of any indigenous component, was invoked to legitimize the reconquests attempted by both powers in the 1860s, France in Mexico and Spain in Santo Domingo/Bolivars and Martís encompassing American Istmo meanwhile, has been stolen and parochialized by Los Gringos. It goes to the very heart of the history of the New World that there is no current, consensual term that adequately reflects the fusion of Iberian, African, and Indian origins shared by so many tens of millions. Moreover, Hispanic and Latino can no longer be decoded as synonyms for Catholic. Certainly syncretic New World Catholicism, with the 1001 Aztec and African gods masquerading as Santos, remains, together with the mother tongue, the most important common heritage of Latino immigrant communities. And few cross-cultural trends are as impressive as the recent flocking of other Latin American Catholics and even Anglo-New Agers to the cult of Mexico's Virgin of Guadalupe, who also reincarnates the powers of the goddess Tenantzin, as she has made her way al otro lado. A digital laser replica of her image recently completed a triumphal procession of the Los Angeles Archdiocese. The 3x5-foot copy, blessed by the Pope, toured some 50 local parishes before a farewell appearance in front of 50,000 worshippers at the L.A. Coliseum. Yet if murals of La Morena, radiant in her blue, star-studded shawl, sanctify the side's eye of tiendas from San Diego to Atlanta, the adjoining storefront will most likely be a Pentecostal church. Even in the city that the pobladores named Nuestra Señora, La Reina de Los Angeles, I. 14. Spanish-language Protestant denominations, especially Pentecostals, are running neck-to-neck with the Pope. Latinos equally reinvigorate U.S. Catholicism, supplying 71% of its growth since 1960, and energize its evangelical competitors in this new dispensation. The traditional antinomy of Latino/Hispanic versus Protestant collapses, and, as Carlos Monsivais-Riley suggests, the immigrant may now pray to the Virgin of Guadalupe, Jefecita. I am still faithful to you, who represents the nation, even though I now may be Pentecostal, Jehovah's Witness, Adventist, Baptist or Mormon. Asterisk. Yet, if there is no reducible essence to Latinidad, even in language or religion, it does not necessarily follow that there is no substance. In playing with the Rubik's Cube of ethnicity, it is important to resist the temptation of prematurely resolving its contradictions. Hispanic/Latino is not merely an artificial, racial 15-ized box like Asian American, invented by the majority society to uncomfortably contain individuals of the most emphatically disparate national origins who may subsequently develop some loosely shared identity as a reaction formation to this labeling. Nor is it simply a marketing ploy, like the right-wing Coors Brewery's opportunist promotion of the 1980s as the decade of the Hispanic, that exploits superficial national similarities in language, cuisine, and fashion. To be Latino in the United States is rather to participate in a unique process of cultural syncretism that may become a transformative template for the whole society. Latinidad, Flores emphasizes, has nothing to do with postmodern aesthetic indeterminacy. It is practice rather than representation of Latino identity. And it is on this terrain that Latinos wage their cultural politics as a social movement. As in Octavio Paz's famous definition of Mexicanidad, to be Latino is not an essence but a history. It is a history that will largely be made over the next generation. It has geopolitical significance because U.S. Latinos are already the fifth largest nation in Latin America, and in a half-century they will be third only to Brazil and Mexico. Alternately, they will become the world's second largest Spanish-language origin nation. Because contemporary U.S. big cities contain the most diverse blendings of Latin American cultures in the entire hemisphere, they seem destined to play central roles in the reshaping of hemispheric as well as national U.S. identities. There is a parallel here, of course, with the role of post-war London as a melting pot of Anglophone Caribbean diasporas that has simultaneously transformed the meanings of Englishness and Caribbeanness. 16. The dialectics of identity in the U.S. case, however, are more complex because in each of the three cities that have made claims to be the capital of Latin America, Los Angeles, New York, and Miami, the recipes for Latinidad involve strikingly different national ingredients. Moreover, these national components themselves are not pregiven or unchanging essences. As immigration researchers have been reminding us since the days of Thomas and Znaniecki's monumental The Polish Peasant in Europe and America, 1919, identities brought to the United States are reassembled into ethnicities within the contemporary force field of the majority culture and its others. The complex and often conflicting elements of immigrants' previous identities, including fierce subnational allegiances to region and locality, as well as deep ideological divisions between religious and secular radical subcultures, are strategically edited, and usually simplified, into usable ethnicities in the face of competing claims and pressures of other similarly constructed groups. Diasporic Mexicanness in El Paso, for example. Buscando America 17 does not mean the same thing as being Mexican en la Patria just across the river in the twin city of Ciudad Juarez, just as being Dominican York or New Ican is significantly different from being Dominican in Santo Domingo or Boricuan in San Juan. These, of course, are not necessarily exclusive identities, but situational identities between which individuals move back and forth in daily or annual itineraries. Happy face, nor are ethnic identities necessarily stable over time. In Los Angeles, for example, each major generation of Mexican origin youth has elaborated a different self-conception vis-a-vis Anglo society. Caught in a no-man's land between ascriptive systems of race and ethnicity, Mexican Americans in the 1930s through the 1950s expressed the pragmatic preference to be recognized as a hyphenated ethnic minority along the lines of Polish or Italian Americans rather than to become a racialized caste like blacks or Chinese. Mexican Americans during the 1940s and 1950s, Foley argues, signed a Faustian pact with whiteness, in order to overcome the worst features of Jim Crow segregation. Happy face, failed mobility and reinforced barrioization, together with the charismatic influence of militant black nationalism, led Chica NOS in the 1960s and 1970s to discard Mexican-American assimilativism in favor of separatist claims to an indigenous origin in a southwestern Aztlán. Happy face. In privileging the myth of the Mexica, however, the Chicano movement unfortunately simplified a cultural heritage of magnificent diversity, Olmec, Tarascan, Zapotec, Mayan, even Morisco and Converso. The striking reemergence of Mexicanidad in the 1980s and 1990s, on the other hand, is rooted in massive immigration and the expansion of the Spanish. 18. Language public sphere. It is also, as we shall see later, an expression of the new structural synchronicity and intensification of ties between most immigrants' old and new homes. Recently, it has become popular in Southern California for young people to hyphenate their identities as either Mexicana Chicana or Chicana Mexicana depending on whether their families are first-generation immigrants or not. Some Chicana/O intellectuals and writers, moreover, have tried to shift the debate about ethnicity beyond rhetorics of hyphenation. Like their counterparts in the Irish Studies movement, they are exploring the terrain that lies beyond the antinomies shaped by Anglo-Saxon colonization or the cultural reifications that ground traditional nationalism. Indeed, some of the most influential avant-gardists, like Ruben Martinez and Guillermo Gómez Pina, have embraced the border, everything that represents the interpenetration of social formations and stands between simple choices of national identity, as a distinctively Latino and dialectical epistemology. We de-Mexicanized ourselves to Mexi-understand ourselves, some without wanting to, others on purpose. And one day, the border became our house, laboratory, and Ministry of Culture. Aptly titled Frontera magazine, editorially committed to poking around at the fringes, in the dust piles and under the heaps of what's left over after all the definitions have been established, provides a regular stage for the delirious subversion of reified ethnicity, as well as reaching that larger audience of young, hip Chicanos tuned into culture clash, Tijuana No, and Rage Against the Machine. Yet post-nationalism may have acquired its current purchase among 19. Border literati precisely because of the massive reassertion, over the last generation, of the physical and cultural continuity of Mexico in the U.S. Southwest. Complex experiments in identity politics, unthinkable in the white majority 1960s, are anchored in the confidence that Aztlan is no longer nationalist myth but historical fact. For Puerto Ricans, by contrast, the national question is agonizingly unresolved and in some sense untranscendable, with the majority of the island's voters in a recent plebiscite endorsing none of the above rather than the Hobson's choice between culturally self-liquidating statehood and economically unviable independence. The largest remaining 19th-century colony has by narrow but persistent electoral pluralities preferred the limbo of Commonwealth to any definitive resolution of its status. As in the nearby French Antilles, independentistas contribute decisive leadership to every social, labor and environmental struggle but, in the face of debilitating economic dependency, cannot find a fulcrum to enlarge their stable but tiny 5% of the vote. This structural stalemate, together with the declining fortunes of the mainland diaspora, discussed in Chapter 10, gives Puerto Rican identity politics a traumatic urgency, sometimes bordering on revolutionary desperation. For example, the Macheteros, that is only reinforced by the U.S. media's virtual blackout of island life. Indeed, as one Horican O'Reilly suggests, the only thing visibly Puerto Rican in mainstream culture is Jennifer Lopez's voluptuous culo. Furthermore, these split-level processes of identity formation, the forging of ethnicity and meta-ethnicity, take place in regional contexts of unequal ethnic control over media and symbol systems. The programming of the 500 Spanish-language radio stations and 2 Spanish-language television networks in the United States often fails to reflect the true heterogeneity of Latino cultural and experiential worlds. In Los Angeles, for example, Salvadorans, Guatemalans, and Ecuadorians, as well as indigenous immigrants like Zapotecs, Yaquis, Canjobals, and Mixtecs, struggle to defend their distinctive identities within a hegemonically Mexican/Chicano popular culture. In Chicago, on the other hand, comparably sized Mexican and Puerto Rican communities gingerly explore their cultural and political common ground, using Latinismo, as Felix Padilla has shown, to leverage their clout within Cook County machine politics. He usefully contrasts 2 modes of constructing Latinidad: the fundamentally weak mode of passive, symbolic identification with a common language community, and the strong mode of active mobilization as an ethnic political bloc. Happy face, in Miami's Little Havana, meanwhile, the poorer Nicaraguan community, estimated Dade County population, 200,000, chafes under the cultural and economic dominance of Cuban elites. With 5% of the national Latino population, Miami has nearly half of all Spanish surname businesses. Although the Cuban percentage of Dade County's Spanish surname population fell from 83% in 1970 to 66% in 1990, the counter-revolutionary agenda of aging exile leaders still exercises authoritarian censorship over Miami's major Latino cultural and media institutions, as well as influencing national Spanish-language television programming, which is skewed toward white Cuban. 21. American talk shows and Venezuelan telenovelas. There has been considerable local resentment, sometimes expressed in public protest, against Miami's exploitation of the huge captive Spanish-language media markets in Los Angeles and New York. Table 5. Largest Latino markets, 1996, annual retail sales 1. Los Angeles $28.9 billion 2. New York $17.6 billion 3. Miami $9.0 billion 4. San Francisco $6.0 billion 5. Chicago $6.0 billion. Source, website, www.hispanic.market, 1999. In New York, by contrast, the Puerto Rican community, which in 1960 comprised 4/5 of the Latino population, now counts less than 2/5 in the wake of the Great Dominican Migration of the 1980s and the New Mexican influx of the 1990s. The Dominican population is now projected to surpass the Puerto Rican by 2010. The disappearance of a single dominant group has spurred intercultural exchange as well as competition between all the Spanish-speaking and Caribbean origin communities. Latinization, moreover, has been intertwined warp and woof with New York's Caribbeanization. The racial diversity of New York Latinos, including so many Black Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and Dominicans, promotes, as Flores points out, a more reciprocal and fluid relationship to African American culture. 22. Younger writers and artists in La Gran Manzana, like the stellar Dominican Yorker Junot Diaz, Drown, openly advocate a radical politics of color. And, again in contrast to Los Angeles, where only 14% of married people of Mexican origin were married to someone from another ethnicity, or Miami, fully half of the Spanish surname marriages in New York are intermarriages between different Latino nationalities. The cosmopolitan result is a rich, constantly evolving Sahir tropical in food, music, fashion, and language, always freshly spiced by the latest arrivals from Latin America. Some prominent Latino intellectuals, embracing a messianic neo-Bolivarism, see in this New York-style cultural syncretism the seeds of new creolized identities on national, even hemispheric scales. Ironically, writes Silvio Torres Salient, Simon Bolivar's desideratum of a unified Latin American nation and the ideal upheld by Eugenio Maria de Hostas of an Antillean federation find in us a strange kind of fulfillment. We have come to articulate a collective identity, not in our native homelands, as Bolivar and Hostas had dreamed, but within the insecure space of the diaspora. Likewise for Flores, Latinos are the new American counterculture. As each group and regional culture manifest itself in the new setting, and as they increasingly coalesce and interact in everyday life, New York is visibly becoming the source of a forceful, variegated alternative to mainstream North American culture. Happy Face, Island Stavans, on the other hand, believes that the mainstream culture itself is being inexorably Latinized within a complex dialectic of transcultural exchange between old and new Americas. The rise of Latinos agregados addicted to Hamburg. 23. ERS and Friday Night Football, he asserts, is tendentially balanced by the emergence of gringos hispanizados infatuated with chilis and merengue. He was writing before the current crossover celebrity boom of Selena, Ricky Martin, Christina Aguilera, Sammy Sosa, and Jennifer Lopez. Similarly, the Brazilian futurist Alfredo Valadao, fascinated by the store signs in Miami and Los Angeles that say "Se habla Inglés," sees the new Spanish-language beachheads in U.S. cities as research laboratories for the cross-fertilization of North and South American cultures. The result, he confidently predicts, will be a new hegemonic global culture. A Pan-American 21st century. Happy Face, the Mexican-US border may not be the epical marriage of cultures that Valadao has in mind, but it is nonetheless a lusty bastard offspring of its two parents. Consider, for example, La Mona. 5 stories tall and buck-naked, the doll struts her stuff in the dusty Tijuana suburb of Colonia Aeropuerto. Distressingly, to the gringo eye at least, she looks like the Statue of Liberty stripped and teased for a Playboy centerfold. In reality, she is the home of Armando Muñoz Garcia and his family. Muñoz is an urban imaginer somewhere on a delirious spectrum between Marcel Duchamp and Las Vegas casino entrepreneur Steve Wynn. Give me enough rebar and an oxyacetylene torch, he boasts, until line the border with giant nude Amazons. In the meantime, he eats in La Mona's belly and curls up to sleep inside her enormous breasts. When asked why he built a house with pubic hair and nipples, he growls back, "Why not? Pork no?" is an appropriate slogan for the West Coast's most 26. Astounding metropolis. Like Swift's floating sky city of Laputa in Gulliver's Travels, Tijuana seems to defy the ordinary laws of gravity. With an estimated 1.3 million inhabitants, 1999, it is now larger than its rich twin, San Diego, as well as San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle. Yet its formal economy and public budget are barely sufficient for a city one-third its size. Tijuana's urban infrastructure has always lagged at least a generation behind current demand. Grassroots audacity, symbolized by La Mona, makes up the difference. Tijuanenses are consummate Herculers who have built a culturally vibrant metropolis from the bottom up, largely using recycled materials from the other side of the border. a dusty rancho in 1900 and a gilded gambling spa for the Los Angeles movie colony during the 1920s, Tijuana became a boomtown during the Vietnam War expansion of the mid-1960s when urban Southern California began to import Mexican labor on a larger scale. Apart from some smaller Mexican border cities, the only city in North America to duplicate its explosive growth, and their population curves are uncannily synchronized, has been Las Vegas. The comparison is richly ironic since Mexican President Lázaro Cárdenas, rather than Bugsy Siegel, has claimed to be the true father of the Glitter Dome. It was his 1938 closure of Tijuana's Agua Caliente casino that sent the big gamblers and their Hollywood friends packing to Nevada. Today, each of these instant cities unconsciously vies with the other in the replication of phantasmagoric urbanism. The border, however, easily trumps the Strip as surrealist landscape. Spanish offers the useful distinction between La Linea, the physical and jurisprudential border with its 230 million individual 27 crossings each year, and La Frontera, the distinctive 2,000-mile-long zone of daily cultural and economic interchange it defines, with an estimated 8 million inhabitants. All borders, of course, are historically specific institutions, and La Linea, even in its pre-Saint Berlin Wall-Uke configuration, has never been intended to stop labor from migrating al otro lado. On the contrary, it functions like a dam, creating a reservoir of labor power on the Mexican side of the border that can be tapped on demand via the secret aqueduct managed by poleros, iguanas, and coyotes, as smugglers of workers and goods are locally known, for the farms of South Texas, the hotels of Las Vegas and the sweatshops of Los Angeles. At the same time, the Border Patrol maintains a dramatic show of force along the border to reassure voters that the threat of alien invasion, a phantom largely created by border militarization itself, is being contained. The paradox of US-Mexico integration is that a barricaded border and a borderless economy are being constructed simultaneously. Happy face. Although the escalation of border policing, as Peter Andreas shows in a brilliant study, only seems to promote the growth of more sophisticated and thoroughly criminalized smuggling, its failure as a practical deterrent generates perverse consequences that increase pressures for more policing. Perceptual impact and symbolic appeal are the Border Patrol's real business. In other words, this is a story about the political success of failing policies. Happy face. An increasingly Orwellian but deliberately porous border is the result. This bizarre combination of ineffectuality and force at the border, writes Josiah Heyman, determines the niches that undocumented immigrants occupy. In the border 28 area, immigrant peoples are both boundary-defined foreigners and tacit, though bottom-of-the-class structure, insiders. In the past, and still to a surprising extent today, the absence or non-enforcement of employer sanctions has ensured that only the workers themselves pay the cost of their illegality, in deportation, lost wages, even imprisonment, a powerful tool for intimidating workers and discouraging unionization. The emergence of a dynamic maquiladora, maquila for short, economy employing 1 million workers, 60% of them women, in partial assembly operations on the border itself has done little to stem the flow of surplus labor northward, since Mexico adds 1 million more new workers each year than it can actually employ in its formal economy. Indeed, the counterpoint to the explosive growth of the border maquila economy has been the drastic decline of Mexico's interior, home market manufacturing. 29. Touring. In 1970, for example, Mexico had a larger and more advanced consumer electronics industry than either Taiwan or South Korea. But whereas competing Japanese and US multinational investment led to a dramatic increase in technology transfer and local sourcing in both Asian countries, US-owned electronics maquilas, Nicola Lowe and Martin Kenny have pointed out, simply took advantage of Mexico's lower labor costs. As a result, these initial investments did not provide firms in Mexico's interior with the opportunity for establishing joint ventures or purchasing arrangements. Instead of incorporating indigenous firms into production alliances, the maquilas simply drove them into rapid extinction, a situation that has only worsened with the replacement of the U.S. dinosaurs by the highly efficient Japanese maquilas with the captive supply chains. If border industrialization then sustains only a mirage of national economic development, it nonetheless has dramatically reshaped the culture of La Frontera and the interrelationships of the dozen or so twin cities that span the border from Matamoros/Brownsville on the Gulf to Tijuana/San Diego on the Pacific. The two largest and most dynamic of these binational metropolises are El Paso/Ciudad Juarez, 1.5 million residents and 372 maquilas, and San Diego/Tijuana, 4.3 million residents and 719 maquilas. Despite some obvious differences, like the more radical abruptness of the socio-economic divide between San Diego and Tijuana, these pairs of ciudades hermanas are evolving along similar pathways that have few analogues within any other system of international frontiers. In both cases, maquila industrialization, led by garment and 30. Electronics assembly in Ciudad Juarez and television manufacture in Tijuana, as locals call it, has elaborated complex cross-border divisions of labor within larger webs of international trade. Within the framework of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, adopted in 1994, Asian capital has played nearly as prominent a role as U.S. investment in modernizing La Frontera. Mexico Business Monthly estimated in 1997 that maquilas source about 60% of their components from Asia versus 38% from the United States and just 2% from Mexico itself. Nearly 40,000 Tijuanenses meanwhile work for Japanese Keiretsu or Korean chaebol, many of which, like Sanyo and Samsung, have extensive distribution and engineering facilities across the fence in San Diego. Although NAFTA is supposed to increase the North American content of maquila output dramatically, the US-Mexico border will likely remain Latin America's most dynamic interface with East Asia. As La Frontera has become a major spoke in the Pacific Rim, old antinomies of development have given way to new paradoxes of integration. Whereas 20 years ago the most striking aspect of the border was the startling juxtaposition of opposites, Third World meets First World, today there is increasing interpenetration, in an almost magical realist mode, of national temporalities, settlement forms and ecologies. Just as rows of ultra-modern assembly plants now line the south side of the border, so have scrapwood and tar paper shantytowns become an increasingly common sight on the U.S. side of the border. This urban genetic exchange has only strengthened the distinctiveness of La Frontera as a transnational cultural system in its own right. 31. In Tijuana, Samsung, Sony, Sanyo, and Hyundai dominate the maquila economy. Master-planned industrial parks and post-modern company towns like Ciudad Industrial Nueva and El Florido, little kingdoms of unlimited managerial prerogatives or what Devin Pena calls hyper-Toyotism, directly abut the border on the Mexican side. Maquila managers commute to Tijuana's industrial zone every morning from lush San Diego suburbs like Chula Vista, while green card-carrying Tijuanenses, officially known as transmigrants, make the opposite commute by the thousands to work in San Diego's post-industrial tourist economy. Despite the enduring income precipice between the two sides of the border, social indicators no longer always point in one direction. While more than 40% of Tijuana's residents, for example, lack sewer hookups and running water, they can be proud that 90% of their school-age population actually attends school, in contrast to only 84% in far wealthier San Diego. In El Paso, on the other hand, more than 150 Mexican-style residential colonias, population 73,000, with minimal water supply or infrastructure, sprawl along the northern bank of the Rio Grande. Here persistent poverty on the U.S. side of the border is equalizing residential landscapes to third-world conditions. Drinking water, the magazine Borderlines explains, is hauled in or acquired via shallow, dug wells that quickly become tainted by human waste, pesticide runoff, or heavy metals present in the surrounding soil. The water is kept in open, unsanitary containers. Receptacles formerly used in industrial plants are a common method of storage, many still bearing labels that read not to be used for water. One group of researchers recently discovered a 32 Family using old 10-liter pesticide bottles to store water. Scarcity means that water for bathing and cleaning comes from irrigation ditches. Bathroom and kitchen wastes are usually disposed of in septic tanks or open cesspools. Most colonias have no regular trash collection. Given this situation, the grim health statistics of Colorado NIOS are unsurprising. Due to the acute shortage of low-income housing in border counties, 1.5 million poor U.S. residents, Latinos, and a few Native Americans, are estimated to be living in shanty colonias, principally in New Mexico and Texas. Maquila industrialization and runaway urbanization have also spawned such terrible environmental problems that the National Toxics Campaign now talks about the border as a 2,000-mile-long love canal. The Tijuana River, for example, has until recently discharged 12 million gallons of raw sewage daily on the San Diego side of the border, while the New River, which flushes Mexicali's sewage into California's Imperial Valley, has been described by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency as carrying almost every known viral and bacterial microorganism fatal to human beings in the Western Hemisphere. Happy face, conversely, U.S. firms are estimated to ship 30 times more hazardous waste southward than Mexican firms send northward, despite NAFTA regulations that outlaw environmental dumping and require toxic byproducts of assembly processes to be recycled in the country originating the component or raw material. Long a refuge for U.S. manufacturers fleeing environmental regulation, the border risks becoming North America's toxic sink. The danger is aggravated by the fiscal free ride offered to Maquila capitalists, who pay little or nothing in taxes for supporting infrastructure. Every 33 Mexican border city is forced to practice a triage of shifting scarce civic resources from poor neighborhoods to industrial parks, for example, clean water for the Maquilas but none for the colonias. When workers or residents protest such conditions, as Heather Williams points out, they are the victims of punctual repression, facing dismissal, arrest, beating, even disappearation. Some macro-environmental problems, however, cannot be rendered invisible by state violence and, because they impinge directly on corporate profits or U.S. quality of life, have necessitated novel binational initiatives. The sighting of so many thirsty Maquilas along the arid border, for example, has transformed a chronic water shortage on the Mexican side into a genuine emergency. One Samsung plant alone in Tijuana slurps up 5% of the city's annual water supply because they share these indivisible ecological problems. The border's Siamese twins are slowly being compelled to integrate and transnationalize their urban infrastructures. In 1998, Mexican and U.S. officials opened up the $440 million International Wastewater Treatment Plant, which treats Tijuana's excess sewage on the San Diego side of the border, the first facility of its kind in the world. By 2010, San Diego and Tijuana water agencies are hoping to have constructed a binational aqueduct to the Colorado River. Similarly, El Paso and Ciudad Juarez, blanketed with the same smog, are currently discussing the creation of a unified air quality district. In each case, moreover, binational approaches to local environmental management, and, potentially, to law enforcement, are strengthening the new federalism in Mexico along lines passionately advocated by the neoliberal opposition party, the PAN. 34. Which currently governs several key border states. This weakening of ITES to the national center in tandem with the proliferation of so many new cross-border alliances and collaborations is a profound disturbance in the national equilibrium of Mexican politics. Some nationalist writers have compared it to the unsettling influx of U.S. capital and influence into northern Mexico in the years just before the revolution. Yankee xenophobes, sleepless over the threatened takeover of the Southwest, have their anxious counterparts in the DR, Distrito Federal, biting their fingernails over the potential secession of El Norte. The ultimate configuration of national and transnational loyalties will depend on how both sides of the border deal with the new physical hazards and social problems created by President Clinton's unilateral militarization of the border in 1994. In the NAFTA era, capital, like pollution, may flow freely across the border, but labor migration faces unprecedented criminalization and repression. In an attempt to steal the wedge issue of uncontrolled immigration from the Republicans, Clinton, cheered on by California Senators Dianne Feinstein and Barbara Boxer, massed Border Patrol personnel on the San Diego/Tijuana border, OP Irration gatekeeper, and prodded Congress to double the armed agent force of the patrol and its parent, the Immigration and Naturalization Agency, with help from the Pentagon. Surveillance of key border sectors has been automated with seismic sensors that pick up the tiny earthquakes of immigrants' footsteps. Other futuristic border control gimmicks, including an electronic current that stops a fleeing car, a camera that can see into vehicles for hidden passengers, and a computer that checks COM. 35. Muters by VoicePrint are being studied at San Diego's Border Research and Technology Center, which was established in 1995 specifically to support Operation Gatekeeper with cutting-edge military and CIA technologies. At the same time, the principal battleground of the war on drugs has been shifted from Colombia and the Andean countries to the Mexican border, where the U.S. military, including elite Marine reconnaissance units, provides covert backup to the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Border Patrol. As Andreas notes, the logics of U.S. drug and immigration control are in many ways similar. The foreign supply is defined as the primary source of the problem, and deterring the supply through enhanced policing is promoted as the optimal solution. Happy face, in practice, the distinctions between immigration control and narcotics interdiction, or between policing and low-intensity warfare, have become so blurred that border dwellers speak routinely of the war against drugs and immigrants. It is a war, moreover, with many real casualties. In recent years, the highly publicized crackdowns on Twin City borders, nearly 1 million arrests per year, have forced more immigrants to attempt dangerous crossings on remote stretches of the Rio Grande or through furnace-hot southwestern deserts. By one estimate, nearly 1,600 have died as a result, including a group of 10 who perished of thirst in the desert east of San Diego in August 1998. Others have been killed in increasingly violent encounters with the Border Patrol, or, in the case of Ezequiel Hernandez, a teenager from the U.S. border community of Redford, Texas, in an ambush in 1997 by Marines looking for drug smugglers. Fuamari. 36. Cans outside of La Frontera are aware of how entangled federal law enforcement agencies and the military have become in regulating the daily lives of border communities. As one Laredo City Council member complained after the shooting of Hernandez, "I already feel like we are living under martial law here." Amnesty International agrees that cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment of U.S. citizens as well as undocumented immigrants has become disturbingly common, and in a 1999 visit to Tijuana, High Commissioner for Human Rights Mary Robinson, the former President of Ireland, expressed the United Nations' growing concern with the humanitarian crisis on the border. The popular perception of a transnational police state along the border has been reinforced by President Zedillo's sweeping deployment of the Mexican army in open contempt of the Constitution to conduct arbitrary searches of civilians and mount highway checkpoints. Mexican law was also violated in 1998 when more than 100 elite Special Forces police were used to herd strikebreakers through picket lines at a Tijuana feeder plant for Hyundai Motors. The government's iron-fisted response to the first strike by a genuinely independent maquiladora union may prefigure a violent future for industrial relations along the border. In the neoliberal utopia of the border economy capitalized on Mexico's catastrophic national level of unemployment, real wages bear little or no relationship to workers' productivity or their cost of living. Despite a tight labor market, high productive ITY, and record profits, the maquilas have yielded successively lower wages for the people who work in them. In real dollar terms, the average wage rate in the maquiladoras has declined by a 37. Staggering 65% since salary peaks Indiana that sector in 1981. The government's efficiency in suppressing the seeds of labor militancy contrasts, of course, with its famous inability to arrest the notorious border drug barons, supposedly the most wanted men in the hemisphere, as they brazenly lounge at Caliente racetrack or boogie the night away in trendy discos. The two warring cartels based in Ciudad Juarez and Tijuana now control much of North America's drug imports, intercepting the cash flow that formerly returned to Medellin and Call. They effectively constitute the invisible third government of La Frontera. With Andean-sized drug profits has come Colombian-scale drug violence involving the comprehensive collusion of police and military officials. In 1994, Tijuana, which 50 years earlier had been Al Capone's favorite resort, became the arena of spectacular broad daylight gun battles between corrupted police forces allied with competing cartels. In a single 2-month period, writes Sebastian Rotella, the state police, in league with drug lords, were accused of killing a federal commander in a shootout. An assassin had killed the presidential candidate Luis Donaldo Colosio, whose own campaign guards were suspects in the assassination. The federal police, in league with drug lords, were suspected of killing the city police chief. The federal police had arrested the deputy state attorney general and charged him with corruption. By 1997, as many as 600 murders annually were being attributed by human rights activists to narco-traficantes or their bad cop henchmen. In September 1998, the drug war produced a slaughter of innocents. A dozen gunmen working for an affiliate of Tijuana's Arellano Felix cartel forced 21 people from their beds in the 38 Ensenada suburb of El Sauzal, ordered them to lie face down on a concrete patio, and opened fire with automatic weapons. 19 of them were killed, including infants, small children and a pregnant woman. The victims were members of the Pai Pai tribe, one of Baja California's few remaining pre-Columbian communities. After narrowly escaping extermination in the 19th century, the Pai Pai hid out for decades in a mountain fastness of the Baja California desert before being rediscovered by Sierra Club hikers in the 1950s. The massacre apparently was the climax to a long struggle over the cartel's use of communal Indian lands for marijuana cultivation and clandestine airstrips. For more upscale carnage, including the assassinations of prosecutors, police chiefs and newspaper editors, the Arellano Felix Syndicate prefers to recruit its gunmen, not from local colonias, but from the meaner streets of San Diego's slums. This is the Clockwork Orange version of binational urbanism. It was Arellano mercenaries from San Diego's 30th Street Gang, armed with automatic weapons, who gunned down Cardinal Posadas Ocampo of Guadalajara in 1993 and then carried out a sensational string of drive-by killings in luxurious San Diego suburbs. The sinister image of an armor-plated Chevy Suburban, many of its parts manufactured in maquiladoras, spewing deadly AK-47 fire out of its windows has become a popular icon of the transnational gangsterism celebrated in border rap as well as traditional corridos. Unsolved murders, including those of 171 young female maquiladora workers in Ciudad Juarez since 1993, are just part of the day's freight in the brave new world being created by NAFTA. 4. The distinctiveness of La Frontera as a social formation has not gone unrecognized. Border studies itself has become a transnational industry centered on Mexico's unique El Colegio de la Frontera Norte, founded in 1984, with offices in virtually every border town and research partners in big California, Arizona, and Texas universities. Surprisingly little attention, on the other hand, has been focused on the historical geography of Latino settlement patterns in non-border cities, although in at least one case, metropolitan Los Angeles, the reality is unparalleled. As emergent Latino pluralities and majorities outgrow the classic barrio, they are remaking urban space in novel ways that cannot be assimilated to the earlier experiences of either African Americans or European immigrants. Moreover, while urban sociologists and historians use familiar categories like the second ghetto to encompass the common evolution of black communities on a national scale, the major Latino 40 metropolises are strikingly different in their spatial economies. As a provisional typology, the predominantly Latino areas of U.S. big cities can be classified according to their spatial complexity, rather than mere size. In the classic Chicago school model of the North American city, the ethnic district is a simple wedge, Deutschland, Russian town, Little Sicily, Black Belt, and so on, driven into the concentric circles represented by different housing/income classes. Mexican settlement in Los Angeles before 1970 closely approximated this ideal type, with a single primate barrio east of the Los Angeles River that contained the majority of the Spanish surname population. This is a pattern that still applies to cities like Oakland, Philadelphia, Phoenix, Houston, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. A second, more complex residential geography is represented by contemporary Chicago, where a majority of the Spanish-speaking population is concentrated in 4, roughly equal-sized districts. Although back of the yards on the southwest side and South Chicago were the original ports of entry for Mexican railroad and stockyard workers in the 1920s, the capital of the Mexi-41 diaspora in the Midwest today is Pilsen and the adjoining neighborhood of Little Village. Its original Czech residents called it Česká California. Benito Juárez High School, the Rudy Lozano Public Library, the Mexican Fine Arts Museum and Calle Mexico testify to the vibrant community life built by 5 generations of working-class immigrants from Mexico's Bajío region. Puerto Rican Chicago over the decades has moved from West Town to contiguous Humboldt Park and Logan Square, the 31st Ward. Serious riots broke out in the barrio in 1966 and again in 1977 after the killing of local youngsters by police. Gotham, of course, is an extraordinary quilt work, see Figure 1. The 880-page Atlas of New York's Latino population published by the Institute for Puerto Rican Policy in 1996 identified no less than 21 major Latino neighborhoods in 4 boroughs, including 11 predominantly Puerto Rican areas in the south half of the Bronx, 2 majority Dominican neighborhoods in Upper Manhattan, Washington Heights and Morningside Heights, and 2 mixed South American enclaves in Queens. In contrast to Los Angeles, which has many barrios and smaller, incorporated cities with Spanish surname populations in excess of 90%, all of New York's Latino neighborhoods have large non-Latino minorities, African American, Asian, Black Caribbean, New European, etc., of 30 to 45%. Even on a fairly micro level, New York is far more pluricultural than any other major metropolitan core. All 3 spatial types, primate district, polycentric neighborhoods, ethnic mosaic, recapitulate previous American urban ecologies. Los Angeles, however, is a case apart. The map in Fig 43 Year 2 depicts a geography without obvious precedent. In trying to decipher its spatial structure, I have compared its footprint to those of other major ethnic or hengistic minorities in bicultural cities, Kleindeutschland in 1870s New York, when German-speaking ERS were 30% of the population, /blacks in 1960s Chicago, Anglophones on the west side of Montreal, Anglos in San Antonio and so on. In every instance, the second language or racial group is concentrated in 1 or 2 sprawling districts with various small outliers. There is none of the complex fractal geometry that characterizes Latino Los Angeles with its 100 Spanish-speaking neighborhoods and subdivisions radiating from the old East Side core. Indeed, the Latino population is now so large, currently more than 5 million in the Los Angeles-Orange County SMSA, that perceptual figure foreground reversal is imminent. The Anglo-majority neighborhoods, mostly near the beach or in the foothills, are becoming a gilded periphery to the bustling Latino metropolis in the coastal plain, whose 21st century outline, all the 25% to 49% Spanish surname 1990 census tracts will likely have Latino majorities in the 2000 census, is clearly legible. The spatial logic of this vast city within a city, so mysterious on first examination, is easily revealed by overlaying a map of industrial land use zoning. Latinos occupy almost all of Los Angeles and Orange County's traditional blue-collar housing tracts and suburbs adjacent to the 3 great corridors of industrially zoned land along Interstate 5, the 60, Pomona, Freeway, and the Los Angeles River. Latino L.A.'s gravitational center is the old Central Manufacturing District, the vast sprawl of aging Facto 44. Rise, warehouses, and classification yards immediately southeast of downtown. This geography has been generated in a single generation by the browning of Los Angeles's industrial working class. Residential succession recapitulates economic restructuring as Latinos have become predominant in low-tech manufacturing, home construction, and tourist leisure services. During the last quarter-century, Latinos have replaced blue-collar Anglos, who have moved inland in large numbers to western San Bernardino and Riverside counties, in the quadrant of industrial suburbs southeast of downtown, as well as in the northeast San Fernando Valley, the western San Gabriel Valley and northern Orange County. Orange County, the holy land of Nixon-Reagan republicanism, is rapidly polarizing between blue-collar, majority Latino North County and professional managerial, overwhelmingly white South County. Mexican and Salvadoran immigrants likewise have superseded working-class African Americans on the east side of south-central Los Angeles. Central Avenue, the old main street of Black Los Angeles, is now 75% Latino. In Los Angeles's new ethnic division of labor, Anglos tend to be concentrated in private sector management and entertainment production, Asians in professions and light industry, African Americans in civil service occupations, and Latinos in labor-intensive services and manufacture. New York, by contrast, retains a more multi-ethnic working class than Los Angeles, while Miami has a more significant Spanish surname capitalist class. Latino ethnic succession in Los Angeles is taking place primarily at the base of the post-Fordist occupational pyramid. Although tens of thousands of Spanish surname businesses testify to a huge pool. 46. Of entrepreneurial energy, the capitalization of Latino enterprises is generally minuscule and the largest locally owned firm remains a tortilla company. Apart from the Televisa/Univision media empire, there has been surprisingly little flow of corporate investment from Mexico into Los Angeles's giant Spanish-language consumer markets. Although tens of billions of dollars of expatriated Mexican capital has been floating around Southern California since the financial perturbations of the late 1980s, most of it is apparently salted away in Fortune 500 stocks or beachfront real estate. Asian capital, by contrast, has eagerly sought out Latinos as both workers and consumers. Los Angeles County has its own enclaved import/export platform economy, the counterpart to a maquiladora zone, located in the eponymous industrial suburbs of Commerce, Industry, and Vernon. Here, 75,000 to 100,000 Latino immigrants are directly employed by diasporic Chinese manufacturers and wholesalers in plants often twinned with sister facilities in Taipei, Guangzhou, or Tijuana. Likewise, Korean investors control thousands of low-income residential units in inner-city neighborhoods as well as the larger share of the swap meet space that dominates retail trade in south-central Los Angeles. New Asian and Latino residents, in addition, rub shoulders in Hollywood and a dozen other neighborhoods west of downtown, while upwardly mobile Chicanos and affluent Chinese immigrants live side by side in the dim sum Kansaha suburbs of the eastern San Gabriel Valley. Indeed, Los Angeles is distinguished from other metropolitan areas by the extraordinary scale and economic importance of the daily interactions between its Asian and 48 Latino immigrants. Thus it is not entirely surprising that Spanish rather than English is the obligatory second language of many immigrant Asian entrepreneurs. Within this Latino metropolis there are clearly legible spatial and socio-economic distinctions between new immigrants, Mexican and Central American, and second to fifth generation Chicanos. According to the 1990 census, the Mexican origin population was almost equally split between the Mexican-born and the US-born, with half of the Mexican-born arriving in a huge devaluation-driven wave after 1980. The superimposition of a map of 20% or higher poverty over a base map of Spanish surname census tracts thus vividly distinguishes between a poor, new immigrant core, clustered around downtown and south-central Los Angeles, and a more affluent Chicano suburban belt, containing a majority of the 400,000 Latino households earning more than $35,000 annually, in the San Gabriel Valley. The same dualistic mapping emerges if Spanish language usage or voter registration is substituted for household poverty. In the central districts, Spanish is the idiom of daily life in 80% or more of households, while in the majority Chicano suburbs it is the primary language in less than 40% of homes. Similarly, the predominantly immigrant neighborhoods have exceedingly low percentages of enfranchised adults compared to the vote-rich San Gabriel Valley, the most important Latino political constituency in the nation. However, it should be recalled that these are variegations in a cultural continuum and that other factors, especially immigrants' arrival cohort, say, between those who came before and those who came after 1980, are usually more decisive in shaping 49 opportunity structures than whether residents identify most strongly as Mexicanos or Chicanos. What is most striking in any comparative perspective is the cultural unity and blue-collar solid ity of Mexican Los Angeles. The Anglo conquest of California in the late 1840s has proven to be a very transient fact indeed. 5. Tropicalizing cold. Urban space. Latinos are bringing redemptive energies to the neglected, worn-out cores and inner suburbs of many metropolitan areas. The process is most vivid in cities, especially in the Southwest, where immigrants have access to home ownership, even if that involves the leveraging of mortgages through the combination of 3 or even 4 low-wage adult incomes. A remarkable case is the Belt of Old, circa 1920, bungalow neighborhoods directly south and southeast of downtown Los Angeles. Here, in the aftermath of the 1965 Watts riot, bank redlining, civic indifference and absentee landlordism accelerated the decay of an aging, poorly built housing stock. Yet today, even in the historically poorest census tracts, including most of the Central Vernon, Florence Firestone, and Watts Willowbrook OK districts, there is not a street that has not been dramatically brightened by new immigrants. Tired, sad little homes undergo miraculous revivifications, their peeling facades repainted, sagging roofs and 52 porches rebuilt, and yellowing lawns replanted in cacti and azaleas. Cumulatively, the sweat equity of 75,000 or so Mexican and Salvadoran homeowners has become an unexcelled constructive force, the opposite of white flight, working to restore debilitated neighborhoods to trim respectability. Moreover, the insatiable immigrant demand for family housing has allowed older African American residents to reap unexpected gains in home sales, a serendipitous aspect of ethnic succession that has been ignored by analysts who focus only on the rough edges of Black/Latino relations. Immigrant homeowners are indeed anonymous heroes. No medals have been handed out for community reinvestment, nor has the city of Los Angeles, which has thrown away hundreds of millions in tax dollars unsuccessfully trying to induce middle-class professionals to gentrify downtown, ever geared its redevelopment programs to support, rather than displace, inner-city homeowners. Instead, Latino immigrants, and here Los Angeles rejoins the general case, are confronted with a labyrinth of laws, regulations, and prejudices that frustrate, even criminalize, their attempts to build vibrant neighborhoods. Their worst enemies include conventional zoning and building codes, abetted by mortgage lending practices, that afford every loophole to developers who airdrop oversized, instant slum apartment complexes into formerly single-family neighborhoods, but prevent homeowners themselves from adding legal additions to accommodate relatives or renters. Although medium-density infill, with rental income accruing to resident homeowners, is obviously a better solution, even ecologically, for housing the rising low-income populations in southwestern cities, it is hardly ever accommodated by law or 53. Building practice. As a result, there is a proliferation of bootlegged, substandard garage and basement conversions that keep Latino homeowners embroiled in costly conflicts with city building inspectors. Likewise, there is unending guerrilla warfare over commercial uses of residential and street space. Latino microentrepreneurship is applauded in theory but everywhere persecuted in practice. If the primordial zoning division between home and work is annoying for cybercommuters and self-employed professionals, it is truly punitive for Latino households whose incomes are supplemented by home-based car repair, food catering or bridal sewing. Many cities and suburbs have similarly restricted or even outlawed the weekend garage sales and informal street curb swap meets that are such important institutions in barrio economies. The bitterest struggles, however, have arisen over street vending and street corner labor markets. Unlike Latin American or Caribbean cities, the North American metropolis preserves no traditional juridical or physical space for the survival economy of the poor. Witness the shameful way that the homeless have been pushed to the wall. As a result, staggering law enforcement resources have been wasted in New York and Los Angeles in cruel harassment of the vendors who refresh street corners, often to the delight of gringo commuters, with their sale of paletas, champurrado, and tamales. From Portland to Long Island, police are also often called to deal with the problem of esquinros clamoring for work in front of hardware and paint stores. Only grudgingly have city halls made truce with their hardest working residents and adopted the common-sense solution of formally establishing 54 street vending precincts and day labor parks equipped with sanitary facilities. Intercultural skirmishes also take place on purely audio-visual fronts. Neighborhood aesthetic wars have become commonplace as Latino carnivality collides with the psychosexual anxieties of Truman Show white residential culture. Thus the glorious sorbet palette of Mexican and Caribbean house paint, verde limon, rosa mexicano, azul anil, morado, is perceived as sheer visual terrorism by non-Hispanic homeowners who believe that their equity directly depends upon a neighborhood color order of subdued PA telephones and white picket fences. Even upwardly mobile chicanes have joined in the backlash against un-American hues, as in the LA suburb of Southgate where the city council recently weighed an ordinance against tropical house colors, or in San Antonio where writer Sandra Cisneros has long outraged city fathers with her deeply expressive purple home. And the same Puritan spirit that once sent the police to quell all-night hoolies in Irish kitchens now calls 911 to complain about lively quinceañeras o fiestas familiares. In many communities, noise ordinances, like curfews, have become a form of racial profiling. As a Chicano friend, who lives in an Orange County suburb, once complained, heavy metal is cool, but handa is a misdemeanor. In the most fundamental sense, the Latinos are struggling to reconfigure the cold frozen geometries of the old spatial order to accommodate a hotter, more exuberant urbanism. Across the vast Pan-American range of cultural nuance, the social reproduction of Latinidad, however defined, presupposes a rich proliferation of public space. The most intense and creative convergence 55 of Ibero-Mediterranean and Mesoamerican cultures is precisely their shared conviction that civilized sociality is constituted in the daily intercourse of the plaza and mercado. Historians of Bourbon Mexico, for example, have had traditional difficulty disentangling the elements of colonial town planning that are Spanish in origin from those that are indigenous. Latin American immigrants and their children, perhaps more than any other element in the population, exult in playgrounds, parks, squares, libraries, and other endangered species of U.S. public space, and thus form one of the most important constituencies for the preservation of our urban commons. They also have a genius for transforming dead urban spaces into convivial social places. Who, except for Mayor Giuliani, is not heartened by the rebirth of La Colonia's derelict lots as tropical gardens and outdoor restaurants? What monolith of corporate sculpture brooding over a fountain in a bank plaza can compete with the great community murals of East Los, the Mission District or Pilsen? 30 years ago, Pacific Avenue in L.A.'s blue-collar suburb of Huntington Park was another geriatric main street with little future beyond the Salvation Army outlet. Today it reigns in restored Art Deco glory as the shopping and festive center of Mexican immigrant life in Los Angeles County, the focal point for the thousands of revelers who spontaneously gather every time La Patria wins a championship or World Cup playoff. Likewise, hip Chicano art dealers and booksellers have given sleepy downtown Whittier, Dick Nixon's hometown, a new lease on life, making it, in effect, the West San Gabriel Valley's Greenwich Village. Other Latino bohemias are sprouting in 56. San Jose, Tucson, Denver, San Antonio, Austin and, of course, New York. Yet again mainstream planning and architectural theory lag far behind grassroots urban imagination. Almost a generation ago, Los Angeles's pioneer Chicano urban design firm, Barrio Plan Nuz, boldly proposed to retrofit East Side neighborhoods with small plazas, each of which would become a colorful stage for local identity. Let 100 Placidus bloom, was the slogan, but the concept of reshaping urban space to celebrate Mexican culture or, even more radically, to stimulate neighborhood self-design, was not well received by a planning bureaucracy still committed, consciously or unconsciously, to architectural Americanization. Los Angeles city and county planners instead allowed private speculators to build almost 2,000 mini-malls in the late 1970s and early 1980s, most of them, ironically, in Taco Bell Modern. Neighborhoods were drowned in junk retail space guarded by armies of minimum-wage security guards whose principal duty is to reduce loitering and other non-profit activities. In the meantime, the barrios are still starved for lack of parks or usable open space. The one populist proposal to win reluctant City Hall approval, a tiny mariachi plaza in Boyle Heights, has taken more than 20 years to come to fruition. As barrio planners long ago foresaw, the emergent Latino metropolis requires its own design strategy, a counterplan not merely to resist the dumping of noxious land uses, the toxic industries, landfills, jails and freeways that despoil Latino communities across the country, but to elaborate its own audacious cultural hegemony. The seeds for visionary activism, of course, are 57. Already planted. All of Latin America is now a dynamo turning the lights back on in the dead spaces of North American cities. While there is much abstract talk in planning and architectural schools about the need to urbanize American cities, there is little recognition that Latino and Asian immigrants are already doing so on an epic scale. Perhaps the time is ripe, as Latinos locally move from minority to majority politics, to tropicalize the national vision of the city on the hill. 6. The first step in any Latino urban agenda must be to remove la migra from the front yard. Visitors to Southern California are often shocked by the huge INS checkpoints, a veritable second border, that blockade the major interstate freeways at San Clemente and Temecula, 50 to 60 miles north of Tijuana. Intended to intercept coyotes smuggling immigrants into Los Angeles and to reassure white suburbanites that Washington really is in control, the controversial checkpoints have become for most Latinos hated symbols of an INS police state with sweeping powers far away from the border. They are blatant instances of racial profiling as federal policy. Even the Chicano assistant district attorney, whose grandfather fought as a Marine at Guadalcanal, will tense a little and experience a new and ancient humiliation as he inches his shiny Lexus past the scrutiny of the Border Patrol in their sinister dark glasses. Perhaps thinking to himself, "Goddamn Irish Americans don't have to go 60 through this." For those genuinely sin popules, the checkpoints, especially at San Clemente, a stone's throw from Nixon's former Western White House, are often death traps. To avoid discovery, smugglers unload their cargo a mile or two before the checkpoint and order them to cross to the other side of the freeway and make their way along the beach, part of the vast Camp Pendleton Marine Base, until they are safely north of the INS. Crossing 10 lanes of high-speed interstate freeway, congested until the early morning with heavy truck and tourist traffic, is a desperate gamble for anyone, but for tired and disoriented immigrants, many of whom have never seen a freeway before, it is often suicidal. Over the last 15 years, more than 100 people have been killed, including whole families mowed down while running hand in hand. At one point, there was a therapy group in San Diego for traumatized drivers who had accidentally hit freeway crossers. After spending $1 million studying every option, except closing the San Clemente checkpoint, California's state transportation agency, Caltrans, created the world's first official pedestrian accident zone in the late 1980s, replete with bizarre warning signs that depict a frightened family bolting across the highway. It was a moral threshold in the naturalization of the daily violence of immigration. But the border doesn't end at San Clemente. Indeed, as any 10-year-old in East LA, or Philly's El Norte knows, borders tend to follow working-class Latinos wherever they live and regardless of how long they have been in the United States. In suburban Los Angeles and Chicago, for instance, the interface between affluent 61 Anglo-majorities and growing blue-collar Latino populations is regulated by what can only be typed a third border. Whereas the second border nominally reinforces the international border, the third border polices daily intercourse between two citizen communities. Its outrageousness is redoubled by the hypocrisy and cant used to justify its existence. Invisible to most Anglos, it slaps Latinos across the face. Consider the San Gabriel Valley, just east of the city of Los Angeles. Once the center of the California citrus industry, the valley, with nearly 2 million residents, is a mature, built-out suburban landscape politically fragmented into more than 40 separate shards, ranging from large secondary cities like Pasadena and Pomona to unincorporated country islands and special-use incorporations like City of Industry and Irwindale. Although the Great Orchards were subdivided into tract homes a half-century ago, the fundamental division inherited from the citrus era between a Chicano/Mexican working class and an Anglo gentry continues to frame all social relations in the valley. The traditional demographic balance, however, has been overturned, with roughly 3 Latino residents for every 2 Anglos by the early 1990s. Moreover, there is also a growing Chicano managerial professional class, as well as a massive new Chinese immigration, approximately 250,000, that is all the more spectacular because it has taken the form of an 8-mile-long linear Chinatown extending eastward through Monterey Park, Alhambra, and San Gabriel. Although Anglo blue-collar residents have largely left the southern tier of valley towns where they were formerly a major. 62. ITY, the wealthy foothill tier from La Canada/Flintridge to Claremont remains highly attractive to young white professionals as well as to traditional elites. If the valley floor has become the Chicano Democratic heartland, the foothill suburbs are still Reagan Republican and organized massively in support of anti-immigrant Proposition 187 in 1996. Here, amidst the sharpest ethnic and class tensions, a third border has arisen most obnoxiously to restrict the use of public space by poorer Latinos from nearby communities. One example is the boundary between El Sereno and South Pasadena. El Sereno is an outlier of the city of Los Angeles in the western San Gabriel Valley. It is a well-groomed but aging blue-collar suburb, home to hard-working truck drivers, medical secretaries and postal workers with last names like Hernandez and Rodriguez. South Pasadena, on the other hand, looks like Andy Hardy's hometown, big Midwestern-style family homes on quiet tree-lined streets, incongruously inserted into the Los Angeles urban fabric. Most importantly, its median home values are at least $100,000 higher than El Sereno's. Some years ago, when South Pasadena was still lily-white, the city fathers decided that the twain must never meet and engineered the barricading of busy Van Horn Street. It may not be the old Berlin Wall, but to those on its bad side it insultingly stigmatizes their neighborhood as a violent slum. Serenos were especially incensed when South Pasadena justified the street closure in the name of preventing drive-by shootings. Since many older Chicanos tell bitter stories of harassment by the South Pasadena police, it is not surprising that they regard the barricade. 63. With the same fondness that black Southerners once felt about segregated drinking fountains. San Marino, just to the east of South Pasadena, is one of the nation's wealthiest suburbs. It embalms ancient regional dynasties like the Chandlers of the L.A. Times and until recently provided a national headquarters for the John Birch Society. In recent years, some of the Latino house cleaners and gardeners who keep its lush lifestyles scrubbed and pruned began to bring their own families on weekends to San Marino's beautiful Lacey Park. But the appearance of aliens, nannies pushing their own kids in prams not their mistresses, in their cherished park incited near hysteria, and the city council obliged residents by imposing a weekend, non-resident use fee of $12 per family, unprecedented in Los Angeles County. Incredibly, the council justified the fee by claiming that the city was nearly broke. Similarly, San Marino's crown jewel, the world-renowned Huntington Library and Gardens, built on the surplus value created by Henry Huntington's Mexican track laborers, changed its traditional free admission, donation requested, to a strictly enforced $8 per head, another deterrent to diversity amidst the roses. Arcadia, home of the famous Santa Anita racetrack, and Proposition 187's godfather, State Senator Richard Mountjoy, has an even worse reputation among Valley Latinos. Historically, it was one of the few Citrus Belt towns that refused to allow its Mexican workers to live anywhere within the city limits, even on the other side of the tracks. In 1939, while Hitler was promulgating anti-Semitic laws, 99% of Arcadia's burghers signed a unique public covenant, promoted by a local escrow company. 64. That promised to keep their piece of paradise Caucasian forever. They have never stopped trying. Thus, when Arcadia's sprawling wilderness park became popular with Spanish-speaking families in the early 1990s, there was an even uglier uproar than in San Marino. "I've seen their graffiti," ranted a leader of the neighboring Highland Oaks Homeowners Association. "I've heard their ghetto blasters. I don't want any riffraff coming into our city." The mayor agreed. The park has been overrun with these people. As a result, Arcadia restricted public use of the park, now officially a wilderness center, to a single 8-hour period on Fridays. So far there has been little legal challenge to the Foothill Comunity's legislation of exclusionary barriers, but in suburban Chicago, where Latinos are now the largest minority in 112 out of 149 incorporated communities, the Justice Department has had to file suit to prevent what critics have termed city-sponsored ethnic cleansing. Thus, in western suburban Addison, following a large Latino influx in the 1980s, the village purchased and destroyed most of a sprawling apartment complex that was the center of an immigrant community. In charging Addison with violating the Fair Housing Act, an assistant attorney general observed, "This is not urban renewal, it is urban destruction motivated by the national origin of the residents." Similarly, the Illinois Attorney General's office denounced inner suburban Cicero, whose Latino population exploded from 8.6% in 1980 to 37% in 1990, for using illegal occupancy ordinances to stop Latinization. The town has made no secret that it wanted to limit the number of Hispanics. The state pressed the same case. 65. Against occupancy laws intended to limit the population of La Selva the Jungle, an area of nearby Franklin Park. Northwest suburban Rosemont, on the other hand, has taken the extraordinary step of publicly financing the walling a fifth of the affluent half of its population from poorer Latino residents. Unuk, the town's 2 apartment and condo neighborhoods, Scott Street has 24-hour police-manned checkpoints and video cameras that record license plates, all paid for by the village. Although Rosemont is nearly 20% Latino, the Scott subdivision is 95% white. Supporters of the Rosemont Logger point out that they have simply extended the regionally ubiquitous cul-de-sac. Metropolitan Chicago has thousands of Van Horn Street-type barricades or cul-de-sacs demarcating racial and socio-economic borders, to its logical conclusion. Originally designed to wall in black residential areas, cul-de-sacs are now the first line of defense against Latino ethnic succession in Chicago's aging, inner suburbs. Roberto Suro's reassurance that Anglos nationally accept Latino immigrants as an unobtrusive and necessary appendage to their new suburban culture obviously applies only to the earliest stages of the relationship. 7. Fabricating the Brown Peril. Flashback, the banquet room of a popular restaurant in Santa Ana, California. It is fall 1994, a few weeks before the passage of Proposition 187, which proposes to expel the children of undocumented immigrants from schools and deny prenatal care to their mothers. For 2 years, Republican Governor Pete Wilson has been stoking white anger about the invasion of California, and the sleaze talk show belt on AM radio is dominated by shrill denunciations of new immigrants and their children. The martyred icon of white anxiety is a San Clemente High School student, Stephen Woods, who was supposedly murdered in 1993 by Mexican gangbangers in a local beach parking lot. Los Amigos, a service network for Orange County Latino professionals, has just finished a breakfast discussion of the Woods case and its exploitation by the Prop 187 campaign. The families of several of Woods' accused assailants are present. I listened to their version of events. 68. Elena Penuelas' nightmare is always the same. First there is the gruesome image of the dead boy. His eyes are wide open but empty. A steel rod protrudes from one side of his head. Then follow the helpless figures of her own sons, Hector and Saul, who are manacled and mute in their orange jail jumpsuits. Guards drag them down a long, dark corridor. They disappear forever. Suddenly people are screaming at Elena in English, a language she does not understand. As the angry din increases, the noise turns to water. It engulfs everything. The world begins to dissolve. Nos estamos ahogando, she says through her tears. We are drowning. Seated across the table, Maria Bonilla Vasquez solemnly nods her head. Si, ahogando. She knows that Elena's nightmare is painfully real. Her own teenage son Julio, together with Hector Penuelas, has just been convicted of second-degree murder. Altogether, 5 out of 6 young Mexican men charged in the case will receive 17 to 25-year murder sentences for the death of Stephen Woods, although none of them is specifically accused of the Acetal Act. The case is a dark mirror of class and ethnic hatred in the wealthy, conservative suburbs of southern Orange County. The Penuelases and the Perez Bonillas, like many of their neighbors, come from a poor ejido near the town of Silao in the Mexican state of Guanajuato. There are an estimated 2 million Guanajuatenses in the United States, 800,000 live in Houston and Dallas, and a majority of the rest are in metropolitan Los Angeles and Chicago. They migrated together, a village of farmers and artisans transformed into a small mobile army of gardeners, janitors, and housekeepers, to San Clemente, the Spanish Ville. 69. Lage by the Sea, founded by Seattle's strike-breaking former mayor Ole Hansen in the early 1920s. Most Americans remember it as the home of Dick Nixon's Western White House. Elena Penuelas, who works as a maid, recalled her first view of the famous red-tiled roofs of Ticket's Spanish San Clemente. It looked like paradise. The most beautiful place any of us had ever seen. In the beginning, at least, the Anglos seemed to welcome the quiet, diligent immigrants who cleaned their pools, changed their babies' diapers and blow-dried their lawns. But at San Clemente High School, where haughty Beverly Hills' 90,210 wannabes resented the influx of poor Latinos, there was growing tension. The kids from Silao, many of whom could barely speak English, bore the brunt of racial slurs and crude beaner jokes. Some, like 18-year-old Saul Penuelas, found the daily humiliation intolerable and dropped out to work full-time. His younger brother Hector, 16, buried himself in the extracurricular fervor of Youth for Christ. Others, like their friend Julio, stayed in school but gravitated to the protective periphery of the VCS, Vario Chico, the town's traditional Chicano gang. On the evening of October 15, 1993, following a Friday night football game, San Clemente High's two worlds inadvertently confronted each other in the parking lot of Califia Beach Country Park. 17-year-old Stephen Woods and 4 carloads of friends were partying at the bottom of the lot, while a dozen Mexican kids, including Perez Bonilla and the Penuelas brothers, were parked at the top. Both groups had been drinking beer. The Anglo teenagers later admitted that they drove their cars very fast, with headlights off, toward the exit where the Mexican 70 youngsters were standing. Woods' friends claimed they were merely trying to escape after one of their group had been slapped by Julio Perez Bonilla, who was mad because the boy had flipped him the finger earlier in the week. Hector Penuelas, on the other hand, testified that 4 vehicles, led by an ominous black Chevy Suburban with tinted side windows, were coming directly at us, and we were scared. We thought they were trying to run us over. In fright and anger, Hector threw a block of wood and Julio, a short length of copper pipe. Neither of the missiles inflicted damage. Meanwhile, the rest of the group hurled beer cans, an old badminton racket and several paint rollers, all debris from the back of the Penuelas' pickup. Their dad is a house painter. The clash lasted but a few seconds and involved only the first 2 cars. Although some of the Mexican kids heard a window break, they had no inkling that anyone had been injured. Stephen Woods was not visible behind the lead vehicle's tinted windows. Their sole intention had been to stand their ground, to show courage. Perhaps on Monday there would be more respect at school para la raza. In the meantime, they all went home to get ready for their weekend jobs, unaware that they were about to become Orange County's most infamous street terrorists. They did not know that one of the paint rollers, spinning end over end, boomerang, without its carriage, had broken the passenger side window of the first car and pierced Woods' brain. Defenders of the San Clemente Six would later point out the astronomical odds against a paint roller hitting any predetermined point associated with a rapidly accelerating car. Even the investigating Share. 71. IFF conceded that it was a fluke, and officials of the Orange County Crime Lab complained that it took them hours of experimentation before they were able to puncture drywall with an identical roller. Stephen Woods vegetated in a coma for almost a month before dying. His mother, a widow who had lost 2 other children, lashed officials with her tearful demands for revenge. She would later file a lawsuit against the Mexican kid's parents, lead a recall campaign against one of the judges in the case, and star in an Emmy Award-winning documentary. In the meantime, the shared responsibility of both teenage groups for the tragedy at Calafia Beach, as well as the ineffable quotient of sheer accident, was transformed into a demonic allegory about a wilding pack of immigrant gang predators and their innocent victims. Although an aggressively driven vehicle might be considered a more lethal weapon than a badminton racket or paint roller, authorities automatically discounted the Mexican teenager's version of events. The local media meanwhile created the illusion that a singularly cold-blooded, premeditated murder had been committed. Thus the Orange County Register, a paper so right-wing that it has blamed minimum wage legislation for gang violence, spread the fiction that a gang member deliberately rammed a metal rod through Woods' head. The Los Angeles Times, for its part, transformed Woods into a symbol of tragic proportions for South Orange County residents fearing a sudden deluge of violent, urban-style crime in their quiet coastal haven. Of the 9 Mexican youths arrested at their homes or workplaces early on October 16, 6 were ultimately indicted. Horrified. 72. By Woods' death, and assured by police that charges against his friends would be dropped if he confessed, Arturo Villalobos admitted that he had thrown a paint roller, although he had no idea whether or not it was the one that speared Woods. Elena Penuelas confirms that Arturo was deliberately tricked. None of his friends was released as promised. Instead, while he was entering a guilty plea to voluntary manslaughter, they were arraigned for murder. They were eventually convicted in a set of trials which Los Amigos and other Latino groups denounced as complete travesties. Perhaps the most shocking trial involved Hector and Julio, who were minors at the time of Woods' death but were tried as adults. Although neither was accused of throwing the lethal roller, they were quickly convicted, not only of second-degree murder, but of 8 accessory felony counts including assault, conspiracy, and street terrorism, gang membership. The court-appointed defense attorneys inexplicably waived the right to a jury trial despite the presiding judge's draconian reputation. Neither lawyer could understand Spanish nor directly communicate with the boys' families. Both sets of parents complained bitterly that they were kept in the dark about trial strategy. In his summation, the prosecutor characterized Youth for Christ activist Hector and conscientious student Julio as wild dogs. Under terrific political pressure to set an example against gang terror in Orange County, Judge Everett Dickey discounted every atom of the defense case. If the defendants feared for their safety, he argued, then all they had to do was get off the roadway. More importantly, since the motivation for the attack was the same for all those involved, they were equally responsible for Steve Woods' death. QED. 73. Woods' mother meanwhile became an anguished presence at Save Our State, SOS, RAUIs in support of Proposition 187. The wording of the proposition declared that the people of California have suffered and are suffering economic hardship caused by the presence of illegal aliens in this state and are suffering injury and damage caused by the criminal conduct of illegal aliens in this state. A macabre X-ray photograph of the paint rod in Stephen Woods' brain was circulated as what else need be said? Proof of this criminal conduct. San Clemente High School students staged a one-day walkout and hung a provocative banner, "Take Back Our City," over Interstate 5. Local pro-Prop 187 newsletters spewed Himmlerian warnings about the stench of urination, defecation, narcotics, savagery, and death associated with Latin and Asian immigration. Swastikas appeared on statues at Our Lady of Fatima Catholic Church in San Clemente, and the families of the San Clemente Six received numerous death threats. Because of their son's notoriety, the Penulazes, all 9 of them, were evicted by their landlord and forced to camp in a relative's living room. 2 weeks after the first convictions in the Woods case, moreover, the largest criminal task force in local history swept through the sprawling super barrio, centered on Santa Ana but also straddling Anaheim, Fullerton, Orange, and Garden Grove, that segregates 2/3 of Orange County's almost 800,000 Latino residents. With Governor Pete Wilson sharing the photo opportunity. District Attorney Michael Caprizzi announced the arrest of 123 members and associates of the notoriously vicious 6th Street Gang. Their names, all Spanish surnames except for 2. 74. Were prominently displayed in the register. It was $1 million worth of free publicity for Proposition 187. In fact, the imaginatively titled Operation Roundup, with its confirming images of Latino criminality, was largely a hoax. The Santa Ana police, something of a rogue power in a Latino-majority city still governed by Anglos in 1994, had deliberately padded the body count with children as young as 12 and some very low-level misdemeanants. In trawling the streets near the Civic Center, for example, they had arrested fugitives from such warrants as an unpaid dog license, drinking in public, driving too slowly in traffic and having improper mud guards. As Los Amigos emphasized at the time, the case of the San Clemente Six and the ensuing panic about Latino gangs bear an uncanny resemblance to Los Angeles's notorious Sleepy Lagoon incident of 1942. In what was then the largest murder trial in U.S. history, 9 East Side teenagers were sent to San Quentin for a supposed gang killing, although none was identified as the actual assailant and the forensic evidence was rubbish. Alice McGrath, who was the executive secretary of the original Sleepy Lagoon Defense Committee and the real-life model for Alice Bloomfield in Luis Valdez's play Zoot Suit, has been an outspoken supporter of the San Clemente defendants. All the fundamental elements, the grotesquely slanted press coverage, the assumption of collective guilt, the biased judge, and so on, remain the same, she told me in 1994. Just as the hysteria around Sleepy Lagoon, largely stirred up by the Los Angeles Times, fed the bigotry that erupted in the so-called Zoot Suit riots of 1943, so the San Clemente case became a lightning rod for today's nativists. The manipulation of 75. Mrs. Woods as a symbol of middle-class vengeance is particularly disturbing. She does however see a major difference between the two cases. The general atmosphere was not so intolerant in the 1940s. Progressive sentiment was much stronger. Our committee drew support from a huge spectrum of Black, Jewish, left and labor movements. Orson Welles, Rita Hayworth, and Anthony Quinn even came down from Hollywood to help. The current situation is much darker. These are the meanest times I have ever seen in California. In Orange County and elsewhere, the new brown peril became the moral equivalent of the obsolete red menace. The leading historian of Latinos in Orange County, U.C. Irvine's Gilbert Gonzalez, contrasts the traditional stereotype of the docile, dawn-to-dusk Mexican citrus laborer with Anglo kids' new socialization into an image of Latinos as a violent criminal class. Law enforcement groups have been among the most blatant ethnic stereotypers. The Santa Ana Police Officers Association enraged residents with an election mailer that juxtaposed portraits of Mexican toddlers holding rifles taller than themselves with photographs of armed teenage gang members. The caption: "When their baby pictures look like these, this is how they grow up." With such incitements to prejudice, it is not surprising that some foes of immigration believed that they had been issued a hunting license. 187 is the California Penal Code number for murder. In January 1995, a self-appointed vigilante, William Masters, shot 2 unarmed youths, whom he derided as skinhead Mexicans, while they were painting graffiti on a Hollywood freeway. 76. Overpass. René Ars, 18, died immediately, and David Hilo, 20, was wounded. Neither of the young men had a criminal record. The Los Angeles Times reported that police were overwhelmed by dozens of calls from graffiti haters supporting Masters. Attorneys volunteered to represent him, while other residents offered money for a possible defense fund. One man showed up at the jail, saying that he wanted to take Masters to dinner for performing a profound service to the community. Outraged Latino community leaders demanded Masters' indictment for manslaughter, but District Attorney Gil Garcetti let him go and arrested Hilo for vandalism instead. As Masters snarled after his release, "Where are you going to find 12 citizens to? 118 convict me?" 8. In 1982 a terrible fire raced through an aged tenement building near downtown Los Angeles, killing 24 women and children. Fire department investigators were astounded to discover that the several hundred residents of the structure were all neighbors from a single village, El Salatra, in the Mexican state of Zacatecas. Overwhelmed by debt, drought, and devaluation, half of El Salatra had been sent at Norte to help rebuild communal fortunes. Tragedy thus revealed a fundamental structural characteristic of the emergent Latino metropolis. The basic building blocks of Spanish-speaking urban neighborhoods are not only individuals and households, but entire transnationalized communities. To earn their living and reproduce their traditional solidarities, hundreds of ejidos, ranquinas, villages, and small towns in Mexico, Central America and the Caribbean have had to learn how to live like quantum particles in two places at once. It is important to distinguish between old and new patterns of 78. Chain migration. Since the days of EUIS Island, it has been common for advance guards of male immigrants to build employment niches in particular communities or workplaces to which they recruited paisanos from their home clan, village, or region. These niches and networks over time became invaluable social capital for the sending communities, enabling them to export unemployment, acquire new skills, leverage their financial resources, and ensure themselves against vagaries of nature and the world market. In the past they were maintained by young men, or, more rarely, young women, who worked for periods ranging from a few seasons to a decade or more in the United States, then returned, often in honor and with renewed fortune, to their native communities. A significant minority, of course, stayed on the other side of the border or ocean and eventually brought their families over to join them. But the basic pattern, equally characteristic of Mexicans in the 1970s as Italians in the 1900s, was the temporary or seasonal flux of manpower adjusted to the rising or falling labor market demand in the metropolis. During the decada perdida of the 1980s, as debt crisis grew into depression for millions of Mexicans and savage US-sponsored civil wars engulfed Central America, the push factors in emigration became more inexorable. Poverty in Mexico, for example, soared from 28.5% of the population in 1984 to 36% in 1996. Between 1982 and 1991, writes UNAM economist Julio Mogul, salaries paid to laborers in manufacturing industries lost 36% of their purchasing power. The real wages of white-collar workers in those same industries fell 22%, and the value of social services fell 23%. But the hardest hit lived in the country. 79. Side. Average real wages paid to agricultural workers fell 51% over that same period. At the same time, the gap between rich and poor was colossal. In 1990, just over 2% of the Mexican population received 78.55% of the national income. Regardless of economic conditions, the pull factors, in the United States or the dangers posed by a more militarized border, the sheer survival needs of households and communities have dictated the increasingly difficult and dangerous trek northward. Vamos al norte a luchar por la vida, the young were commanded. Immigrant flows previously absorbed by Mexico City were redirected toward Southern California and New York. Young women began to join the northward exodus in significant number bears, as did unemployed skilled workers and déclassé urban professionals. Meanwhile, the 1986 reform of U.S. immigration law created both amnesty for 3.1 million previously illegal migrants, and employer sanctions and militarization of the border, to encourage cyclical labor migrants to seek permanent residency. Established immigrants with work permits increasingly used their legal advantage to reunite their families in the United States. They also began to make unprecedented investments in U.S. homes, college educations and small businesses. Some observers have mistakenly interpreted this increased commitment to U.S. domicile as a sign of diminished identification with traditional homes and cultures. Immigrants have, in fact, had to entrench themselves more securely on the northern side of the border in order to defend their embattled social identity in the south. Mexico, writes Carlos Monsive, has evolved from a sedentary country to a nomadic one. More than ever, repatriated migratoires, an estimated $8 billion to $10 billion annually during the 1990s, are a principal resource for rural communities throughout Mexico and Central America. Surpassing sugar and coffee, they are now the largest source of foreign exchange in the Dominican and Salvadoran economies. As a result of the increasing incorporation of migration cultures into the very adaptive fabric of the local social system, entire communities have become effectively transnationalized. The new logic of social reproduction under conditions of rapid and sometimes catastrophic global restructuring compels traditional communities to strategically balance assets and population between two different, place-rooted existences. Economic and cultural umbilical cords now permanently connect hundreds of Latin American and Caribbean localities with counterpart urban neighborhoods in the United States. To the extent that the sending communities have become as fully integrated into the economy of the immigrant metropolis as their own nation-state, a process that some researchers call nortinization, they are the de facto transnational suburbs of New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Miami. Indeed, they transform our understanding of the contemporary big city. It is important to emphasize that this is not merely metaphor, but involves radical new social and geographical lifelines that have been forged by the cunning of communities and households adjudged most expendable by the invisible hand of the planetary marketplace. Pueblos whose genius for adaptive mutation allowed them to endure, first the conquest, then the porfiriato, now find that cultural survival in an age of cybercapital requires 81. Strategic mitosis, dividing themselves into two parts to sustain a single heredity. In his study of how the rural municipio of Aguililla in southwest Michoacan has cloned itself in the Silicon Valley suburb of Redwood City, Roger Rouse argues that Aguilillans have become skilled exponents of a cultural bifocality that defies reduction to a singular order. Today it is the transmigration circuit as a whole rather than any one locale that constitutes the principal setting in which Aguilillans orchestrate their lives. Similarly, Hetcher writes of the residents of another Michoacan community, Napizero, that has transplanted itself to the San Fernando Valley, unable to secure a full livelihood either in Mexico or in the United States. Migrants must extend their families and their households across the border, thus creating transnational households and a transnational community. U.S. employers, in turn, have become skilled at exploiting the positive externalities like free labor recruitment and superb workgroup discipline that arise from organized communal emigration. Robert Suro cites the extraordinary case of Randall's, a high-end Houston grocery chain that has recruited more than 1,000 workers, all evangelicals, from closely related villages in the Totonicapán highlands of Guatemala. Out amid the freeways and strip malls, Suro found a thriving Mayan village improbably housed in a cluster of faux Georgian low-rise apartment houses. The link to Randall's and Houston has become so vital in Totonicapán that it has been incorporated into local religious ritual. 82. Every July for many years, the Maya have celebrated a week-long festival in the narrow streets of San Cristobal. And every year, dozens, sometimes hundreds, of the Houston expatriates have made a point of coming home on vacation at that time of the year. These return trips have become ritualized, a part of the fiesta itself, and the migration north is commemorated along with the harvests, old saints, and timely weather. On the last day of the fiesta, the entire town gathers to watch a soccer game between a team of Houston Maya and the hometown All-Stars. And each year when the festivities end, the channel between Texas and Totonicapán has become busier and more efficient. Ironically, these communal survival strategies have been powerfully assisted by the very technologies that are commonly identified with globalism and delocalization. Looking at how the villagers of Tecuani, now equally split between Puebla and Brooklyn, maintain their powerful sense of corporate identity, Robert Smith points to the revolutionary roles of telecommunications and cheap airfares. The point is that instantaneous communications and rapid travel make it possible for today's immigrants and their second-generation children simultaneously to maintain significant lives, or at least to have significant lived experience in their communities of origin and destination. This in turn enables some social forms imported from the old country to persist and be adapted to the new one, and for Tecuanenses in New York to influence life there. The Tecuanenses have reconstituted themselves into a virtual village, where all important communal business is debated in weekly conference calls between elders in Brooklyn and Mexico. Ties with the old home are regularly renewed by family vacations. 83. And frequent participation in village festivals, while intense team volleyball rivalries with other immigrant associations provide a passionate focus for Tecuanense identity in Brooklyn. The Oaxaqueño diaspora uses basketball tournaments for the same purpose. At the same time, the diasporans loyally maintain the all-important flow of migra dollars back home. Since the 1970s, the Tecuani Solidarity Committee in New York City has financed an extensive modernization of the pueblo, building 2 new schools and renovating the church and municipal buildings. Within this intense network of communal activity, with its manifold real-time links to Mexico, the closed corporate structures of the village world, including compadrazgo, godparentship, and the political-religious hierarchy of the cargo, self-government, system, thrive in face of the otherwise corrosive influence of U.S. urban culture. As Smith points out, hopeful previous generations of immigrants from Ireland or Italy may have had similar goals. The fact that they could not go home for the weekend or negotiate with their counterparts in the village via speakerphone as do the Tecuanenses today, makes the quality and quantity of relations on the micro level quite different. Immigrants from the depressed state of Zacatecas use a beauty contest, the annual competition for the crown of Señoritas y Catcas, as social cement to organize their diaspora. With half of its 2 million population north of the border, principally in Los Angeles County, Zacatecas has become the Mexican state most completely dependent upon the export of its labor. In Los Angeles, the fiestas of the 49 hometown clubs that comprise the Federación de Clubs Zacatecano recall the huge Iowa Day. 84. Picnics of the 1930s. In recognition of this, the state's political machinery is becoming binationalized. Both Zacatecas gubernatorial candidates campaigned in California last year 1998, despite the fact that U.S. residents could not vote. One of the first official acts of the victor, Ricardo Monreal Avila, was to appoint a representative in Los Angeles, the core of the expatriate community, and he has asked the Zacatecas state legislature to create 2 additional seats for U.S. residents, a first for Mexico. Although American diasporas have always played prominent roles in the political life of their homelands through fundraising and lobbying U.S. foreign policy, think of Irish republicanism or Zionism, they can now participate directly and simultaneously in national political life. The huge Dominican community in Manhattan and Queens is another spectacular case in point. During the authoritarian presidency of Joaquin Balaguer, imposed by a U.S. invasion in 1965, leading Dominican dissidents were shunted off to exile in New York, which became the main base for the country's oppositional politics. Even after the relaxation of political repression in Santo Domingo, New York has remained the second home for the republic's turbulent political life. Indeed, the Dominican Republic is the first country in Latin America and the Caribbean to elect a transnational migrant as president. As the New York Times marveled last year, the Dominican president Leonel Fernández Reina grew up on the Upper West Side, still holds a green card, and has said he intends to rejoin his family in Manhattan at the end of his term. Both the Dominican and Mexican Congresses are currently considering legislation that would allow immigrants to vote in the United States, the final 85 step in full electoral transnationalization. The 10 million adults currently possessing or eligible for Mexican citizenship in the United States would comprise 15% of the country's electorate, or a bigger voting bloc than Mexico City. Alternatively, some immigrants have brought their political systems with them. In Los Angeles, for example, thousands of Zapotec immigrants from Oaxaca, as well as transporting their local saints and Madonnas northward, have also transplanted their traditional village governments en bloc to specific inner-city Catholic parishes. These councils have earned a formidable reputation for their skill in negotiating the quotidian difficulties of immigrant existence. The Zapotecs outmaneuver slumlords by buying apartment buildings, which the church dutifully blesses, listing multiple names on the titles and paying for them jointly. Their councils come up with parochial school tuition and send their kids to college at a rate that defies the poverty and illiteracy of their parents. The small percentage of Zapotec youths in gangs are often exiled to a year in OAX 137 ACA. As one would expect, the relationship between these communal allegiances and larger social struggles is quite complex. Some researchers argue that broad class solidarity, as expressed through trade unions and political mobilization, is undermined by the profusion of parochial loyalties and the obligations to generate surplus incomes for communal priorities. Immigrant social networks, as we shall see, tend to compete with each other in the informal labor market rather than with native workers. In her remarkable study of Latino immigrants on Long Island, Anthro. 86. Pologist Sarah Mahler worries that the intimate obligations that bind Salvadorine immigrants to their hometowns also forces them into relentless competition with each other and other Latino immigrants. Carol Zubin from UC Berkeley's Labor Center, on the other hand, contrasts the opposite roles of Pazanismo in two of the most important Southern California labor struggles of the last decade. Thus, one of the principal grievances that led 800 workers to strike the American Racing Equipment Company in 1990 was the favoritism shown by foremen to workers from their home village or region. Yet during the explosive 1992 strike GLE of 4,000 drywall workers, the social networks based on immigrants' village of origin El Magway in Guanajuato helped build solidarity for the organizing drive. The drywalleros, as they call themselves, defied mass arrests, police brutality, threats of deportation and even an attempt by employers to indict them under the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, to achieve, according to labor journalist David Bacon, the first union contract won by a grassroots organizing effort in the building trades anywhere in the country since the 1930s. Immigrant social mobilization is also complicated by the fact that so many immigrants occupy strikingly different class positions in the parallel worlds they move between. The town of San Miguel el Alto in Jalisco, for example, has for years provided a flexible supply of labor for Palm Springs, California. During the busy winter and spring seasons, virtually the entire male population moves north to work in the steakhouses, restaurants, hotels, and country clubs of the famous desert resort. To most visitors and residents, the Miguelenses, many of whom hold down to 87, even 3 jobs at a time, are simply an efficient, largely invisible army of Broven labor. But when they return to Jalisco, their social position metamorphoses. Over the decades, the regular remittances from Palm Springs have leveraged some of the migrants into enviable positions of economic security and social prestige. A Los Angeles Times correspondent who visited San Miguel el Alto was flabbergasted to find waiters and busboys living in mansions and being addressed as Don by their neighbors. Likewise, in the case of the Aguilillans in Redwood City, Rouse shows how they willingly proletarianize themselves in California precisely to prevent the proletarianization of their status in Michoacan, where they are small ranchers and farmers. Transnational migration does not always produce serendipity results, of course. Immigration researchers contrast the experiences of older cohorts of immigrants, like the veteran Miguelenses and Anguillans, whose goal has been the recapitalization of their productive property and social position in Mexico, with those of newcomers who have had to come north simply to meet basic consumption needs. In her study of a half-century of labor migration between Napizero and the San Fernando Valley, Fletcher finds that migration has been transformed from a resource for solidarity into an increasingly divisive force. Between the 1940s and the mid-1980s, migration provided new routes to success for many villagers, and migrant remittances were at times used to further village-wide projects and to further the aims of shared prosperity. However, since the late 1980s, a widening gap in income and changing values in terms of consumption, changing practices in production, severe limits of land. 88. And declining earnings for migrants in the recession have eroded village unity. The widening class divide in Napizero is symbolized by the large, gated and often empty casas de sueños, dream homes, built by older, more successful immigrants who work in California for most of the year. Meanwhile, their younger and poorer neighbors experience diminishing returns as they attempt to scrape livelihoods together on small holdings in Michoacan or by selling their labor on street corners in North Hollywood. There is also evidence that transnational social networks are frequently subsidized by the super-exploitation of women. The increasing shift in the social reproductive function of the household from the local family farm to the provision of labor for export generates new disadvantages for women. With so much of the male workforce in California, for example, the women who remain behind in the Aguililla or San Miguel must shoulder even larger burdens of child care, domestic toil, and wage labor. Likewise, female immigrants are often shunted into sweatshop apparel or servile house cleaning jobs that offer the least opportunity for vertical or even horizontal mobility. Although immigration to big U.S. cities may also offer unexpected freedoms to young women, including college educations for Ticuanense girls and more egalitarian households for Dominicanas, *immigrant social networks are more typically committed to the enforcement of traditional gender roles. Thus it is not surprising, according to Jacqueline Hagen, that positive outcomes of enclave economies for men may be enjoyed at the cost of women's opportunities. Another contradiction inherent in large-scale immigration is 89. The inadvertent remittance of U.S. social problems as well as migrant dollars to the home community. Given the extreme gradient between the violent streets of the American inner city and the generally peaceful village worlds of rural Mexico or even Central America, this is an ever-present danger. Los Angeles, in particular, has become notorious for exporting its deadly street wars to its transnational suburbs. Thanks to a local law enforcement strategy that relies upon the mass deportation, usually without trial, of non-citizen gang members, thousands of angry, unemployed LA youth have been repatriated to Mexico, Belize, El Salvador, 4,000 alone, and Guatemala. The predictable result has been an epidemic of alien urban violence in often incongruous rural contexts. In the small Salvadorine town of Quezaltepec, population 13,000, there were nearly a dozen killings in 1997 as a result of a transplanted gang war between repatriados of Los Angeles' 18th Street and Mara Salvatrucha sets. 9. Laureano Avilés was working with a large crew laying concrete for the fourth story of a housing project for Hasidic families in Brooklyn's crowded Williamsburg district. 3 months previously, construction had been briefly halted when an OSHA inspector discovered a dangerous overload of concrete blocks on one floor, but work was allowed to resume when the contractor promised to comply with safety regulations. He never did, and as Avilés later told the New York Times, "We knew it wasn't stable. The building was not in good condition." Avilés and the others, mostly unemployed carpenters from central Mexico, were troubled by the obvious hazard but were afraid to complain. They had spent too many hungry mornings begging for work in the slave market on the corner of Division Street and Bedford Avenue to risk a steady job, so they tried to put the danger out of mind. "We were laying down cement. I didn't even notice. All of a sudden, everything fell, all of it. I was left, hanging. 92. Just hung on with my hands. When paramedics and firefighters arrived they found terrible carnage. The collapse of the overloaded and improperly braced floor had plunged a dozen workers 60 feet to the ground. Those who weren't impaled by reinforcing rods or crushed by falling scaffolding were trapped in rapidly hardening concrete. You would just see hands and feet in the cement, one rescuer said, some laying face up, some lying face down. They thought they were drowning. They thought they were being buried alive. In the event, Daniel Eduardo, 22, died on the spot and others were grievously injured. As ambulances removed the victims, some of their compañeros vented frustration and anger. With these jobs, you bust your butt and they want to pay you $6 an hour. It isn't right. The bosses are always rushing us to do the job fast. Asterisk. This small massacre in November 1999 was followed by another 3 months later. Fire broke out in a basement sweatshop in a 10-story building in Manhattan's Garment District. Smoke quickly filled the stairwell, blocking the escape of employees on the upper floors. On the 8th floor, a woman working for a dress manufacturer tied one end of white silk around a pillar, tied the other end around her waist, climbed out a window and slid down 2 floors to the rooftop of an adjacent building, where she scrambled down a fire escape. Other workers attempting to follow her example were not so lucky. On the 10th floor, 42-year-old Benvenito Hernandez, employed by a leather manufacturer, lost his grip on a makeshift rope and fell to his death in full view of his horrified co-workers. A middle-aged woman was critically injured 93 in another fall. OSHA officials told the New York Times that citations were commonly issued in the garment industry for blocked exits, a lack of fire extinguishers and a lack of escape plans. Such tragedies shed light not only on the Dickensian underworld of day labor but also on the mechanism by which New York City's Mexican immigrant population ballooned from 100,000 in 1990 to an estimated 350,000 in 1999. As Robert Smith found in his research on the Ticuanense and other Pueblan immigrants, they have tried to create niches for themselves in supersaturated labor markets by becoming perfect proletarians, living only to work and send money home. In addition to non-union construction and apparel manufacturing, their reputation for ferocious hard work and long hours has warmly recommended them to Greek restaurateurs and Korean greengrocers, whose own immigrant countrymen are considered too independent and expect to be treated as members of the family. In a detailed survey, Smith discovered that Mexican grocery helpers took home $180 for a 70-hour week in 1990 while Korean CO nationals demanded $500. The Mexicans, moreover, stretched their meager earnings through pooled resources and household economies of scale. In one case, immigrants from one municipio in Mexico maintained a virtual monopoly over several SRAs in Manhattan, for example, by never officially moving out but replacing one paisano with another, and then, as a group, they moved into particular neighborhoods in Queens and the Bronx. In business school terms, many Latino immigrants are able to deploy social capital to reduce their subsistence costs and thereby subsidize their own super-exploitation. This goes part of 94. The way toward explaining how it has been possible for Latino urban populations to grow so rapidly during periods when most U.S. big cities have been undergoing massive deindustrialization. Immigration foes, of course, contend that the likes of Laureano Avilés, Daniel Eduardo, and Benvenito Hernandez have stolen entire crops of jobs from native-born workers. Indeed, one former Los Angeles Times editorialist used the pages of the Atlantic Monthly to blame the 1992 Rodney King riots on the displacement of black labor by recent immigration from Mexico. Others have attributed California's environmental crisis, even the gridlock on its freeways, to the federal government's alleged failure to control the border. Similar arguments are heard every day in New York and Florida. Academic research, however, has found surprisingly little documentary evidence that immigrants are supplanting native-born workers. Thus, a recent study of immigrants and domestic migrants in Los Angeles industry found too little sectoral overlap between the two groups to constitute any significant arena for direct competition. A comparative analysis by the same authors of the 5 metropolitan areas with the largest foreign-born populations, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Miami, and New York, similarly concluded that immigrants typically moved into employment niches that were either directly created by immigration itself, like ethnic restaurants and small apparel factories, or abandoned by native workers en route to better jobs in the suburbs. They replaced, not displaced, the native-born. Even the controversial 1998 report by RAND analysts Kevin McCarthy and Georges Vernet, which goes further than many researchers B95 leave warranted to quantify immigration's negative impact on native-born workers, finds that immigration has affected the job opportunities of a relatively small fraction of the California labor force. They attribute, for example, 16% of the job loss and earnings decline experienced by African American males without high school diplomas since the 1970s to the competition of Mexican and Central American immigrants. If accurate, this is not a negligible effect, but it hardly equals wholesale ethnic displacement, certainly not on the scale of European immigrants' catastrophic impact on black urban opportunity in 1885 to 1915. Clearly, as Denton and Massey have reminded us, the enduring black unemployment crisis primarily arises out of the institutional obstacles, including persistent residential segregation, workplace discrimination, collapsing inner-city schools and rampant criminalization of black youth, that prevent so many poor African American families from entering the co-credentialed information economy or following the white working class out to the job-rich edge cities. The real burden of labor immigration, as the National Research Council concluded after careful study in 1997, is borne by other immigrants. There is a broad consensus among veteran researchers that Latinos primarily compete either against one another or against maquila workers on the other side of the border. This competition has grown more Darwinian in the slump-then-boom economy of the 1990s. Clearly there are limits to supply creating its own demand in otherwise overstocked low-skill labor markets. In a recent study of Los Angeles County's ethnic populations commissioned by the Russell Sage Foundation, one author Mar. 96. Veiled at the massively growing numbers of Mexican immigrants, packed into a relatively narrow tier of occupations. While the initial cohorts of immigrants in the 1960s and 1970s may have enjoyed considerable success, immigrant economic opportunity, at least for the bearers of labor power and not capital, has declined sharply since the mid-1980s. Economic conditions in Los Angeles have deteriorated for Mexican immigrants. Economic restructuring simultaneously pulls these immigrants into the lowest paid and most easily exploitable jobs and removes the mobility structures that unskilled newcomers previously used to get ahead. Mexicans and Central Americans seem to have herded into niches including gardening, food preparation, house cleaning and garment manufacture that constitute mobility traps. Another report suggests that deindustrialization in the early 1990s rendered ethnic resources and social networks less useful than previously to Mexican newcomers to Los Angeles. These trends apply to the California economy as a whole. For their part, McCarthy and Vernet argue that the pool of low-skill jobs is shrinking, belying the widespread belief that California's past 20 to 30 years of economic restructuring expanded the number of jobs for less educated workers. A study commissioned by State Senate Majority Leader Richard Polanco established that Latinos are 28% of the labor force, but account for only 19% of the aggregate wages. African Americans, by contrast, were near parity for their share of the labor force. Declining opportunity was also a principal conclusion of the recent binational study on migration, a joint Mexican-US research project commissioned by Zedillo and Clinton, which 97 found that in 1996, 11% of recently arrived families headed by a Mexican-born person had incomes below $5,000, compared with 5.5% in 1990. Even Cuban Americans, widely resented by other immigrant groups for their special treatment, have had a more ambiguous experience than their ethnic success story stereotype suggests. Through the 1980s at least, their average family income lagged significantly behind the national average, while their high school dropout rate soared. As Maria de Los Angeles Torres points out in Working Against the Miami Myth, the facts show that while many Cubans did make it, many more 98 did not, despite the unprecedented welfare benefits, English language classes, university and business loans, and covered CIA money that flowed into South Florida. Spanish surname households as a whole are also extraordinarily vulnerable to the business cycle. The early 1990s recession, whose national epicenter was Los Angeles County, devastated the barrios. The median household income of 30 million U.S. Latinos fell by nearly $3,000 between 1989 and 1996, the biggest loss registered by any ethnic group since the Depression. In the same period, the ratio of Latino to Black managerial profession ALS, a gauge of relative occupational mobility, slipped from 62% to 58% despite the faster growth of the Spanish surname population. Similarly, Latinos have been the last to enjoy the fruits of the subsequent recovery and high-tech-driven boom. Decreasing returns to Latino immigration, in a hemispheric context where the supply of immigrants will, nonetheless, continue to grow, may seem less worrisome when it is remembered that the rest of the U.S. population is rapidly aging. Demographers estimate that by 2040 an astonishing 3.4 million Californians will be older than 80. Most economists are thus more alarmed about future labor supply shortages than gluts. The trick will be to unlock the immigrant job ghettos, at least for second-generation children, by raising education and skill levels en masse, as was done for previous generations by the GI Bill and the post-war community college boom. As we shall see in a moment, however, the public schools are systematically failing Latinos. Only 5% of Hispanic immigrants graduate from college, observes 99 the national journal's John Maggs, all but shutting out millions of other Hispanics from the credentials and skills that are increasingly the means for escaping poverty in America. This is why most national Latino leaders and local elected officials assert that education must be the central battleground in the struggle for equality. Table 8. Median household income growth, 1980 to 1995, unadjusted dollars, whites $4,845, blacks $4,576, Latinos $269. Source, U.S. Bureau of the Census, Census, NU, November 1996, p. 10. Yet there is disturbing evidence that even when the dual effects of imported poverty and high dropout rates are filtered from income analyses, Latinos at every level of educational qualification are still losing ground in the cyber economy. Nationally, the weekly earnings of Latinos have fallen from 78.7% of the national median in 1980 to 69.6% in 1998, see Table 8. Part of this slippage, to be sure, is due to the catastrophic decline of earning ability by the non-college educated during the 1980s. Male Latino high school graduates, for example, experienced a loss of $2,700, multiplied by Latinos' low college admission rates. But what is surprising is how poorly the more educated strata of Latinos have fared compared to other groups. For the population as a whole, for example, the possession of a junior college degree, 100, or the completion of some college improved annual income by almost $1,000 during the 1980s, Latino men with the same qualifications, however, experienced an erosion of $410. Data from Southern California are even more dramatic. According to a recent study by James Allen and Eugene Turner of 34 different ethnic groups in the greater Los Angeles area, 14.5 million residents, US-born Mexican men, Chicanos, have seen their median incomes decline from 81% of non-Hispanic white men in 1959 to 61% in 1990. For male Mexican immigrants, the fall was from 66% to 39%, for immigrant females, as compared to white women, from 81% to 51%. Working with the same census data, UCLA's Paul Ong and Rebecca Morales were startled to discover that the earnings gap between a highly educated Chicano and highly educated Anglo in metropolitan Los Angeles is greater than that between a minimally educated Chicano and minimally educated Anglo. As Cruz Bustamante, then Speaker of the California Assembly, explained to PBS's NewsHour in 1997, in other words, while an Anglo plumber and a Latino plumber may have a 10% wage disparity, this disparity is greater between Anglos and Latinos in professional fields such as engineering. No matter how carefully one fine-tunes the data to control for further differences in age and regional distribution. Latinos have lower returns on education than non-Hispanic whites. Two additional structural variables, in addition to immigration status and education, are necessary to explain why Latinos are losing ground in the economy. 1. Not surprisingly, is racism. A New York-based study concluded that racial discrimination accounted for at 101 least one-third of the current income gap between Latino and white men, two-thirds in the case of black males. Secondly, while us-born Latino citizens, like Chicanos and Puerto Ricans, have greater lateral mobility than immigrants within blue-collar and clerical occupations, they too are largely excluded from cutting-edge sectors. Latinos as a whole have benefited far less from the transition to information-based urban economies than have whites. In both New York and Los Angeles, Spanish surnames are conspicuously absent from the major high-wage industries that drive their regional economies in the post-Cold War era, financial services and entertainment production, respectively. A 6-month investigation by the San Francisco Chronicle in 1998 also suggests that Latinos are trapped on the wrong side of the digital divide by bad schools and rampant job discrimination. After analyzing the employment records of the 33 leading Silicon Valley firms and interviewing hundreds of executives, academics, and activists, the Chronicle concluded that massive underrepresentation of the region's Black and Latino populations in managerial and professional jobs was the result of 5 factors. 1. The dearth of science and math education in minority-majority schools. 2. Failure to enforce federal affirmative action laws. Violators rarely pay fines and are almost never disqualified from get-in government contracts. 3. Job recruiters' neglect of campuses with substantial minority enrollments. 4. Absence of supportive networks. There are virtually no top-ranking Blacks and Latinos in Silicon Valley to inspire and mentor younger employees. 5. Pervasive racism on a scale that belies that Valley's progressive image. 102. Indeed, some of the worst offenders are cyber capital icons like Apple, Sun, Adobe, Netscape, and Oracle, all of whom have been fined or sued for racial discrimination or failure to meet federal diversity deadlines. 3 of the largest firms lacked even a single Latino official or manager. It is pretty clear, says UC Santa Cruz's Manuel Pastor, that there's ethnic and occupation segregation going on in Silicon Valley. Locked out of the new economy, it is not surprising that Latinos are also the least likely to profit individually or through group membership from the fin de siècle stock market bubble. According to a January 2000 Federal Reserve study, the bottom fifth of Americans, as a result of exploding household debt, actually had fewer assets than in 1995. White median wealth, thanks to real estate and Dow Jones, is now almost 10 times that of Latinos, $45,700 versus $4,700. 10. In the worst-case scenario, many of today's Mexican, Central American, and Dominican immigrants may recapitulate the bitter experience of the Puerto Rican diaspora. Puerto Rican poverty, which rebuts the facile claim that citizenship provides a magic carpet for immigrant success, is the specter that ineluctably haunts all debates about the future of the Latino metropolis. During the Great Migration from 1946 to 1964, nearly 2/5 of the island's population moved to New York and other eastern seaboard cities. They achieved modest but real economic gains until 1960, when all-forward motion ground to a halt. As Clara Rodriguez observes with disquiet, while other minorities experienced a period of socio-economic advancement during the 1960s, followed by a phase of limited gains during the 1970s, the Puerto Rican experience is one of continuously growing disadvantage since 1960. Relative to every group except Native Americans, also excluded from any economic 104. Benefit during the Vietnam War boom or the Civil Rights era, Puerto Ricans have been losing ground since the inauguration of John F. Kennedy. Thus the proportion of Puerto Rican families with incomes below 1/4 of the median incomes of whites rose from 11% in 1960 to 15% in 1970, 26% in 1980, and 33% in 1985. In 1992, the National Puerto Rican Coalition reported that Puerto Ricans had the highest poverty rate for individuals in the nation at nearly 40% of the total Puerto Rican population compared to 33% for African Americans, and 14.2% for the population at large. Puerto Rican downward mobility on the mainland has been aggravated by a jobs catastrophe back home. The 1973 OPEC crisis led to a collapse of many of the capital-intensive, oil-based industries that had been promoted in the 1960s as the island's new economic engine. While the mainland quickly recovered from the OPEC recession, Puerto Rico, despite a massive injection of tax breaks, never regained the lost ground. The 1980s and early 1990s, according to two leading economic analysts, were a tempestuous period in Puerto Rico's history, and the sharp fluctuations of these years hit the island with the impact of a hurricane. Unemployment more than tripled, and by 1990 an incredible 70% of Puerto Ricans 25 years of age or younger 186 were living in poverty. The grim conditions in island municipios like Ajuntos, 1990 per capita income of $2,196, or Guayana, 38% unemployment, are matched by extreme concentrations of Puerto Rican poverty in some of the East Coast's deindustrialized cores like North Philadelphia, east of Broad Street, where two-thirds of kids are growing up in households earning less than $15,500 per 105 year, or Hartford, the most Puerto Rican city in the country, 27.3% in 1990, where mean per capita incomes are less than one-third that of the rest of the population. Experts on New York City, meanwhile, vie with one another in citing singularly alarming statistics like the decline in Puerto Rican income from two-thirds of the city median in 1960 to barely half by 1990, the increase in Puerto Rican poverty during the 1990s boom, or the abysmal ratio of college graduates in 1999, only 10% of Puerto Ricans over age 25, in contrast to 40% of non-Hispanic whites. Others have fretted over why Puerto Rican family structures seemingly collapsed following the election of Ronald Reagan, the share of female-headed households soaring from 34.8% in 1980 to 43.9% in 1985. More recent studies have confirmed the negligible dividends earned from lifetimes of toil in New York's sweated trades. It takes 15 years for Mexicans and 25 years for Puerto Ricans in New York City to have statistically significant wage gains. There is surprisingly little academic disagreement about the causes of this socio-economic disaster. Puerto Rican immigrants in the 1950s, like many African American migrants from the South, were shunted into precisely those traditional urban manufacturing jobs that were massively automated, suburbanized, or exported overseas after 1960. Boricuans were, so to speak, standing on the track when industrial restructuring came around the bend at 100 miles per hour. The 9 cities where the majority of U.S. Puerto Ricans lived in 1980 lost almost 1 million manufacturing jobs between 1963 and 1982, representing a 44% loss of manufacturing employment. Robert Suro summarizes a consensus of research on the recent economic history of New York City. When New York's industrial economy sank, the Puerto Ricans sank with it. During the 1970s, family income for Puerto Rican New York ERS dropped by 18% in real terms, while whites, blacks, and other Hispanics experienced gains. To make matters worse for Puerto Ricans, the losses in income were 5 times greater when the head of the household was born on the mainland, compared with those born on the island. The second generation was just entering the workforce, only to find the rug pulled out from under it. Their POV 192 Erdi was born and bred in New York. Disturbingly, the very institutions that emancipated earlier migrant groups from the sweatshops betrayed Puerto Ricans. Jose. 107. Sanchez reminds us that two-thirds of New York's Puerto Rican households in 1959 had at least one union card holder, most likely a member of the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union. The ILGW's autocratic leader, David Dubinsky, came under much fire from civil rights activists in the 1960s for his refusal to struggle for elementary rank-and-file demands or share power with his increasingly Black and Puerto Rican membership. Entry-level jobs that had historically served as avenues for advancement to higher-paying and more secure jobs for earlier immigrants were recast as permanent low-wage positions, and this was accomplished with the consent of the ILGU. The real earnings of the rank-and-file members, mostly Puerto Rican and African American women, declined below the poverty level for New York City families between 1960 and 1965. Sanchez argues that Dubinsky also prevented Puerto Ricans from using the Union's powerful political arm, the Liberal Party, as an effective instrument of empowerment. Puerto Ricans were abused and manipulated as members of the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party, for instance, blocked Puerto Ricans from leadership positions within the party, ignored the Puerto Rican community's need for elected representation, supported the growth of the municipal workforce at the expense of manufacturing and, more importantly, campaigned for lower minimum wages in the state. These actions not only weakened Puerto Ricans politically but dampened their wages and undermined their bargaining position with employers. Thus, while the Liberal Party paraded around as a workers' party, nothing could be further from the truth as far as 194. Puerto Ricans were concerned. 108. Unfortunately, there is growing evidence that many poor Latino immigrants, apart from Cubans, who have arrived since 1980 are becoming enmired in the same poverty trap that has destroyed the dreams of mainland Puerto Ricans. Again, the 1990-93 recession was a structural watershed. The social destruction wrought in Latino inner-city neighborhoods by Reagan/Bush/Clinton-era disinvestment in urban educational and welfare safety nets, following on the heels of deindustrialization, has been enormous. Researchers at the Dominican Studies Institute, for example, report that the decline of manufacturing as a sector of employment has had a devastating impact on Dominican workers, especially women. Despite the stereotype of a Dominican bodega on every corner in Upper Manhattan, Dominicans are on the verge of displacing Puerto Ricans as the poorest major ethnic group in the city, with 36% in poverty and only 9% self-employed, mainly as micro-entrepreneurs. New York's burgeoning but profoundly underdog Mexican population, as we have seen, struggles to survive in the benthic layer of the economy, working as busboys in Greek restaurants, risking their lives in gypsy construction, illegally selling candy in subway stops, or hustling flowers at street corners. On Long Island, similarly threadbare Central American immigrants, many of whom were laid off during the defense industry downsizing of 1990-93, expressed to Sarah Mahler narratives of disillusionment. Their portrayals of their lives in America are full of deceit, dejection, marginalization, and exploitation. The 1986 Immigration Reform Act, IRCA, moreover, institutionalized unprecedented extremes of economic and social 109. Genealogy. While 2.5 million previously undocumented immigrants gained legal rights to work, and, potentially, to citizenship, several million others who failed to qualify for amnesty or who arrived after the deadline, became criminalized pariahs, underneath the underdog, as Charlie Mingus once put it. For my informants, Mahler asserts, IRCA resulted in indentured servitude to their employers and a terror of discovery. Their job options have been restricted to the most shadowy and exploitative recesses of the urban economy, including apparel home work, itinerant day labor and street vending. And they are increasingly likely to be homeless or housed in illegal shanty towns like those tucked away in the back canyons of northern San Diego County, where Guatemalan and Mixtec laborers live clandestinely a few hundred yards from $750,000 Ocean View homes. Where they are more visible, as in street corner labor markets in edge cities and exurbs across the country, undocumented workers face a nativist hysteria that frequently rises to an occult pitch. As Tony Hay, chairman of the Putnam County, New York legislature, ranted to the Times, the World Trade Center blew up, planes are blown out of the sky. TM not saying it's Latinos, but they're all immigrants. The West Nile virus, they laugh at me, but we don't know where that came from. If Saddam Hussein shaved his mustache and spoke Spanish, he could be here and stand on the streets of Brewster. Muammar Gaddafi, he could come here. Degree in response to such complaints, the INS is systematically subpoenaing personnel records in what it has identified as the major geosectoral concentrations of undocumented labor: Yanni Tours in the Bay Area, meatpacking in Nebraska and Iowa, Hotel 110 workers in San Diego, and apple packers in Washington, and calling in those with suspicious identification for interviews. Thousands, as a result, have had to flee their jobs and homes. Including, as labor journalist David Bacon discovered in Omaha, the key activists in a drive to organize non-union packing plants. An INS spokesperson gloated over Operation Vanguard's success in words that might have come out of the mouth of Slobodan Milosevic: "We will remove the magnet of jobs. We will clean up one industry and turn the magnet down a bit, and then go on to another industry, and another, and another." It is traditional in the United States to accord education quasi-omnipotence in determining individual and group futures. Elaborate mythologies are woven around immigrant ethnic groups, like Jews, who supposedly attained socio-economic nirvana through their love of education, forgetting that their path to the suburbs lay not just via DeWitt Clinton High and CCNY but, equally, through Sidney Hillman's Amalgamated Clothing Workers and Morris Hillquit's Socialist Party. Likewise for Latinos, as we have seen, the relationship between bad schools and bad jobs is far more complex than usually portrayed, particularly when employers value the diplomas of different groups unequally. Still, it was an understatement in 1997 when President Clinton recognized the 30% dropout rate among Latino high school students, versus 8% for whites and 13% for African Americans, as nothing short of a national crisis. In an economy where all the good jobs, even for police officers, 112, and plumbers, seemingly demand at least 14 years of education, nearly half of Spanish surname residents aged 25 or older in New York City lack a high school diploma, as do 55% of adult Latinos in Massachusetts and 58% of Mexican immigrants in Los Angeles. If part of this educational deficit is imported, U.S. educational institutions are doing little to raise the qualifications of Latinos to the level of other groups. In California, even third-generation Chicanos, most of whom don't speak Spanish, have a high school attrition rate nearly 3 times higher than that of their Anglo peers, while Puerto Rican kids in New York have only marginally lowered a catastrophic dropout rate that peaked at 62% in the mid-1980s. And, distressingly, interethnic differentials in college attendance have widened, not decreased, over time. See Table 10. Enrollment figures, moreover, are misleadingly optimistic since Latinos, as in high school, drop out of college in appallingly large numbers. In New York, for example, almost half of Latino and Black students, or a staggering 3/4 of Puerto Ricans in CUNY, leave COL within the first 2 years. Young Latinos, as a result, are massively failing to obtain the admission ticket to the virtual world of 21st century capitalism. Arizona, for example, has become a leading high-tech state with an economy powered by Motorola and other Silicon Desert firms, yet less than 5% of its 1 million Latino residents possess a college degree. The Latino educational crisis is rooted in a vicious circle of family poverty and declining national commitment to big city school systems. A major study of the causes of Latino school leaving, based on interviews with 700 dropouts in San Antonio, 113, pointed to the lack of bilingual and English as a second language programs, the concentration of Hispanics in high-poverty schools, lack of teacher preparation and low expectations for Hispanic students among teachers, administrators, and society as a whole. In addition, as every inner-city high school counselor can testify, there are intense pressures on immigrants' teenage children, often the only citizens in the household, to supplement family incomes as soon as possible. Similarly, many families of the working poor pursue the classic strategy of subsidizing one child's education by sacrificing the schooling of others. Table 10. College enrollment of 18 to 24-year-olds, percent, 1980-1990 whites 20.8 35.9 blacks 15.6 27.1 Asians 30.3 55.1 Latinos 14.2 22.9 Source, Marcelo Siles, Income Differentials in the U.S., Impact on Latino Socio-Economic Development, JSRI Working Paper No. 33, Julian Samora Research Institute, East Lansing, Michigan 1997, p. 5. Latinos also face innumerable obstacles in returning to education as adults. Long work hours, together with overwhelming household responsibilities, a nationwide dearth of English literacy classes, and, conversely, the absence of vocational/professional education in Spanish, make it very difficult for Latino adults to upgrade their skills or acquire English proficiency. SOAR 114. Tuition in community and state college systems like California's, which were once free, have also priced out thousands of potential poor students. Likewise, the armed forces have been far less successful in providing last resort education and job skills to Latinos than to previous generations of African Americans and poor whites. As the National Council of La Raza recently reported, Latinos are both underrepresented in the military by nearly a third, relative to their proportion of the civilian workforce, and disproportionately concentrated in the lowest pay grades, with the lowest level of responsibilities and fewest opportunities. Meanwhile, big city school systems, with shockingly few exceptions, have become national scandals. The three largest, New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, are terminally ill and unlikely to survive the next decade in their present forms. The present crisis goes back as far as the first wave of white flight in the 1960s but clearly deepened during the 1970s when battles over school integration fueled backlashes, like California's notorious Proposition 13, against property tax-based funding of public education. In Los Angeles and elsewhere, aging white voters, still a majority of the electorate if a minority of the population, have consistently voted down school bonds for minority-majority public schools. Continuing federal Title I subsidies to inner-city education have largely failed to make up for the favoritism shown by suburban-majority state legislatures toward new schools in edge city growth belts. Moreover, the resegregation of schools during the 1990s, in the wake of further white flight, from both cities and public education, and the federal court's rulings against Man. 115. Dated integration, have affected Latino children even more than African Americans, see Table 11. According to Harvard University Urbanism's Civil Rights Project, using 1997 data, nationwide, nearly 70% of black students and 75% of Latinos attend schools that are predominantly black, Latino or Native American. California, of course, has been ground zero for Latino hopes of an educational breakthrough, and nowhere has white disinvestment in urban schools produced more calamitous results. Between 1970 and 1997, as the school population shifted from an Anglo majority to a Latino plurality, spending per pupil in California fell more than 15% relative to spending in the rest of the country. As long as the majority of the baby boom were still of school age, California's public schools were a gold standard for the rest of the country. With a booming defense economy. 116. Offering good jobs to so many otherwise poorly educated white migrants of the Depression era, there was a general willingness to finance quality schools that opened college doors to the sons and daughters of the grapes of wrath. Now, in the wake of Proposition 13 and the browning of older school systems, K-12 education in California ranks rock bottom, with Mississippi with the lowest fourth grade reading scores in the nation. Only 18% of kids achieved proficiency in the 1994 National Assessment of Educational Progress exams. Mississippi, however, is at least trying to improve its schools. In a recent Education Week scoreboard, it was awarded C+ for adequacy of education funding, while California received a humiliating P. Whereas a generation ago the key index of inequality between rich and poor schools would have been class size, today it is teacher quality. Among school resources, the Public Policy Institute of California explains, the level of teacher experience and the percentage of teachers without a full credential are the variables most strongly related to student outcomes. A widely discussed 1999 study, funded by the Center for the Future of Teaching and Learning, attributes much of California schools' distress to the poor quality of instruction. More than 1 in 10 classrooms are staffed by teachers with emergency credentials who do not meet the state's minimal certification requirements. Some 1 million of California's 5.7 million public school kids were in schools with so many underqualified teachers as to make these schools dysfunctional. Students who score in the bottom quartile of reading achievement in 3rd grade are 5 times as likely as students scoring in the top quartile to have underquali. 117. FIDE teachers. These are the students who, if they don't learn to read soon, will be unable to perform well in any subject area. Not surprisingly, teacher quality is so skewed between white suburban versus minority urban or minority rural districts. For example, 1/4 of schools have fully qualified staffs while another half have 20% or more unqualified, that the principle of a common education has become a bad joke. This is especially true in the biggest Latino school district in the country, Los Angeles Unified. On the one hand, 3 out of 4 new hire teachers in the district lack qualifications. On the other, a recent self-study, based on standardized test scores, concluded that more than 2/3 of 8th graders would be flunked if social promotions were fully ended. Dispirited, underqualified, and increasingly temporary teachers are sent as cannon fodder into the district's massively overcrowded and under-equipped schools, while dedicated, fully credentialed colleagues are siphoned off by the higher salaries and state-of-the-art teaching environments in elite private or new suburb public schools. As a result, teaching in many urban areas has become a temporary job like waiting on tables while looking for that big break in show business. The Los Angeles Times recently described the misery of one of these ill-prepared temp teachers in a majority Latino and Black middle school in south-central Los Angeles. An aspiring screenwriter, she had never taught before and received only 5 days of training in things such as how to record attendance. When she arrived at the school this fall, she wasn't even given a lesson guide. She had 10 books for 40 students. She's been all but ignored by the principal and her more experienced colleagues. Stu. 118. Dents curse at her and threaten her. Once she taught an entire period in a classroom with blood on the floor and desks, from a student fight. Janitors had been called but didn't show up. "It's the most horrible place I've ever been in my entire life," she said. Still, she needs the job, so she didn't want her name used. She hopes to stick it out until at least after Christmas, but she's not confident she can. Then, the revolving door will turn and some other aspirant will take her place. Last year our government spent nearly $8 billion abusing children. Deprive a child of an education. Handicap a young life outside the classroom. Restrict social mobility. If it came at the hand of a parent it would be called child abuse. At the hand of our schools and funded primarily by state and local government, it's called bilingual education. U.S. English ad in Time, March 20, 1995. The ultimate betrayal of Latino children is the demagoguery that asserts that their main handicap is speaking Spanish. Whereas the rest of the world recognizes that bilingualism is an invaluable comparative advantage in a globalized economy, Spanish skills are treated in U.S. schools, frequently even by Latino educators, as a learning disability. Moreover, bilingual education has recently become the target of a cynical national crusade that vilifies it and its supporters as the principal cause of Latino educational failure. Nativists like Pat Buchanan and Pete Wilson, as well as compulsory Americanizers closer to the moderate right political mainstream, are investing heavily. 120. In Spanish bashing as a lucrative wedge issue for the 2000s. Under the deceitful slogan of English for Children, they are attempting to build a linguistic and cultural fortress America. Most Americans are deeply confused about the relationship between language, nationality, and citizenship. Despite the widespread belief that the Pilgrim Fathers or the Continental Congress legislated English as an official language, linguistic diversity flourished in the United States, partly thanks to local control of education, until the First World War, when the Midwest's thriving German-language schools and daily newspapers came under attack from xenophobic legislatures and mobs. The first state English-only amendments, like Nebraska's in 1920, were specifically targeted at bilingual German-American communities, which they compulsorily monoglotized over the next generation. The subsequent, often coercive, Americanization of second-generation immigrant children during the New Deal and early Cold War eras made language chauvinism almost redundant as a separate issue or movement following a cautious renaissance of local experimentation with bilingualism in the 1960s and early 1970s. Dade County, for example, became officially bilingual in 1973. English only was cloned back to life in Miami in 1980 as part of the angry backlash against the mayoral exodus from Cuba. It quickly spread virally to California under the sponsorship of Republican Senator, and Falmouth linguist, Samuel Hayakawa, who in turn introduced an English language amendment in Congress the following year. Although Hayakawa's national amendment was a stillborn public ity stunt, official English became a lightning rod for white anxiety. 121. Eddies in California and was tacked onto the state constitution with the support of 73% of Anglo voters in 1986, despite its violation of the 1849 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which implicitly guaranteed the status of Spanish in the conquered borderlands of Mexico. Interestingly, in a state where blacks and Latinos are often depicted as political foes, 56% of African American voters rejected Proposition 63. White voters in Arizona and Florida followed suit in 1988, as have legislatures in Indiana, South Dakota, and 8 Deep South states. A permanent, well-endowed lobby, U.S. English, was established in Washington and initially attracted the support of old-fashioned Americanizers like Linda Chavez, the Madam Chiang Kai-shek of Latino conservatism, and Walter Cronkite. They eventually resigned when leaked documents revealed an organization steeped in Heron-folkish bigotry. For example, the group's founder, Dr. John Tanton, likes to terrify supporters with apocalyptic Aryan rhetoric that might have been lifted from the pages of the Turner Diaries. To govern is to populate. In this society where the majority rules, does this hold? Will the present majority peaceably hand over its political power to a group that is simply more fertile? Perhaps this is the first instance in which those with their pants up are going to get caught by those with their pants down. As whites see their power and control over their lives declining, will they go quietly into the 219 night? Or will there be an explosion? Such indiscreet ventings of white supremacism temporarily paralyzed anti-Spanish as a mainstream cause. In addition, many Republican strategists were appalled by Pete Wilson's scorched 122 Earth tactics in California as he openly recruited the dregs of the militia fringe to help repel the Brown invasion. They keep coming, 2 million illegal immigrants intoned a notorious television ad endorsed by Wilson. One of the governor's sharpest critics was Ron Unz, a whiz-kid millionaire with a physics PhD who financed his own emergence from obscurity in 1994 when he took 30% of the Republican primary vote away from Wilson. Intellectually, Palo Alto-based Unz is the love child of Mickey Cause and Thomas Sowell, the New Republican commentary, not the traditional California right. He likes immigrants but wants to see them quickly assimilated without undue state interference in the marketplace of talent. Accordingly, he opposed Proposition 187, to punish undocumented immigrants, in 1994 almost as vigorously as he campaigned in favor of Proposition 209, to end affirmative action, in 1996. Moreover, in the best Silicon Valley tradition, he has come up with an invention that he hopes will reframe the national debate about immigration and multiculturalism, and help pave his own way to political office. Unz designed Proposition 227, English for Children, which became California law in June 1998 despite the vehement opposition of 63% of Latino voters, is an ingenious repackaging of English only as a rescue package to bring immigrant children into the mainstream. With only 60 days to develop a new curriculum, schools were ordered to transfer immigrant kids into structured English immersion for a maximum of a year, then, regardless of proficiency, into regular English-only classrooms. Although parents are allowed to apply for waivers for alternative, including bilingual, land-gauge programs, the option has been poorly advertised and many. 123. Working parents are unable, as required, to apply in person during school hours. On the other hand, English for Children virtually criminalizes teachers who continue to assist unwaived students in Spanish. They are now liable to personal lawsuits as well as termination. The same two-thirds majority requirement that earlier carved Proposition 13 and 3 strikes into California granite makes Prop 227 equally unrepealable. The exact content of the proposition, however, is less important than the barrage of obfuscation laid down in its behalf. Prominent Latino neoconservatives like Jamie Escalante of Stand and Deliver fame and Pepperdine University's Gregory Rodriguez praised UNS as the authentic voice of the long-suffering majority of California Latino families. Voters were given the impression that most English learners, over the opposition of their own parents, were being forcibly warehoused in bilingual programs long ago discredited by educational researchers. Thus prevented from acquiring all-important English skills, they were inevitably demoralized and many, as a result, dropped out of school. To provide a motive for such criminal neglect, the more rabid publicists for Prop 227 advanced the idea of a sinister conspiracy of left-wing multiculturalists and ethnic nationalists. Gregory R. Rodriguez. Powerful forces, writes New Times columnist Jill Ste Wart, see Proposition 227 as a direct threat to their vision of a separate Spanish world in California. The last thing this crowd wants is to train Mexican-American immigrant children how to read and write in English like native-born Americans, as Proposition 227 envisions. To allow that would be to admit that the multi-billion-dollar etilingual industrial complex of 124 publishers, consultants, trainers, and college theorists who urged that immigrant children be placed in Spanish has spawned disaster. The bilingual industry would finally have to face the fact that it destroyed the opportunities and equal chances of 3 or 4 million children who were denied English skills in California classrooms. 220. During the past 20 years, the systematic rebuttal of these calumnies, unfortunately, has largely taken place in professional educational journals outside the hearing range of the voting public. The failure of bilingual education, Stephen Krashen laments, has reached the status of urban myth. Even those who were opposed to California's Proposition 227 assumed that bilingual education had serious problems. The research, however, does not say this at all. What it does say is that 70% of limited English proficient kids in California in 1978 were not in bilingual classes, some content instruction in Spanish, at all, and that no data currently exists to support a correlation between bilingual methods and high dropout rates. Likewise, many of the star examples of English immersion cited by Proposition 227 supporters, including programs in El Paso and McAllen, Texas, and Orange County, California, have large bilingual components. So do many of the so-called structured immersion programs, particularly those based on the Quebec model, analyzed in a widely praised 1996 article by C. Russell and K. Baker. Indeed, as the California State Library's Research Bulletin Row observed, this study highlights the inconsistent use of program labels. At the end of the day, the false antinomy between immersion and bilingual methods is a construct of politicians like UNS, not 125 teachers or academic researchers. In an authoritative 1997 report, the National Academy of Sciences forcefully rejected the fallacy that one-size-fits-all in early English acquisition *. Several stud IES, for example, suggest that immersion works well for young children, 3 to 7 years old, with neurologically open windows of opportunity for language skill, but is less suited for older students tackling more abstract learning content. Moreover, the success or failure of either method largely depends upon the overall quality of the learning environment, the unification of language and content in the curriculum, teacher training, class size, liaison with parents, home print resources, and so on. But most students in bilingual programs are working class students who do not have access to resources for educational success. The English-only advocates have successfully made many people believe that bilingual education, of any form, is damaging to limited English proficiency students, badly delivered, and fundamentally un-American. But many of the problems with bilingual education come not so much from the viability of the concept as from its implementation. Many schools that offer bilingual education do not have nearly enough certified, trained, and competent staff to deliver quality bilingual education. Many school districts have resorted to hiring bilingual aides who are not trained in bilingual education and do not have education degrees beyond a high school diploma. These aides teach 3/5 of the limited English proficient children in high-poverty schools. Educational equity remains the bottom-line issue for Latinos, but it was completely occluded by the bilingual controversy Proposition 227's opponents, stunned by the ferocity of the IT. 126. TAC, hardly emerged from their bunkers, and, when they did, it was to do battle on terms largely defined by UNS, how best to accelerate student transition to the English-only mainstream. Bilingual classrooms were defended only as a means of remediating the English deficit. The alternative of a bilingual mainstream never became an item in the debate except as a scarecrow for white fear. Yet a recent study of 6 high schools in California and Arizona that have been most successful in preparing limited English proficiency students for college found that comprehensive biculturalism was the decisive variable. In most of the schools, most of the teachers learned and spoke Spanish and were in close communication with the parents of their students. In one school, the Latino principal did away with the remedial programs, including the bilingual program, and created a bilingual program that was rigorous and included college preparatory courses, and quadrupled the size of the bilingual teaching staff of. These schools are examples of developmental bilingual education, DBE, which uses the resources of family and cultural community to develop true bilingualism rather than just a transition to English. Some researchers contrast the additive AP approach of DBE, which validates first language skills and cognitive abilities, to the subtractive model of most immersion and bilingual programs which aim simply to substitute English for Spanish as rapidly as possible. As Wayne Thomas and Virginia Collier have eloquently argued, the entire debate about English acquisition is absurdly upside down. Why do U.S. schools rely so much on remediation for students who are culturally and linguistically diverse? We assess new arrivals from a deficit perspective. 127. Looking for what's missing. And when we find that students have little or no English, we send them to a specios to be fixed. Yet these students often arrive with a wealth of life experiences, including age-appropriate thinking, richly expressed in primary language. In the best DBE schools, bilingual methods are integral components of a larger, community-affirming Freiheitlian pedagogy. In this type of enrichment program, active parent-school partnerships build on funds of knowledge in the community. Instead of perceiving the home and the community as barriers to learning, the school uses the community as a wealth of resources to create a meaningful bicultural curriculum. Moreover, Thomas and Collier claim that the growing research base on long-term outcomes clearly demonstrates that ESL English as a second language PUU-out is the least effective model, whereas DBE is the most effective. Unfortunately, most Latino elected officials are too timid or solicitous of non-Hispanic voters to openly champion the idea that bilingualism is the solution, not the problem. DBE has prestigious academic support but few charismatic or well-heeled political advocates with a passkey to the media, which is why most parents, including Latinos, have never heard of its successes. UNS, on the other hand, is a juggernaut on the move. His bombastic website, One Nation / One California, promises that he will fight on until Spanish and other alien tongues are purged from every classroom in the United States. His English for the Children Arizona initiative is on the 2000 ballot, despite militant UNS Go Home. Demonstrations in Tucson, and supporters in other states are gearing up new anti-Spanish crusades. More OMI. 128. Newsly, there is growing interest in Congress in scuttling the Bilingual Education Act or, at least, amending it to restrict instruction to English only. The trend toward a national Prop 227 was reinforced in 1998 when Education Secretary Richard Riley endorsed a 3-year maximum for federally funded bilingual programs, although most experts feel that 4 to 6 years are required to acquire proficiency in academic English. There is, of course, a certain déjà vu to the current backlash against Spanish. California enjoyed the benefits of English-only education from 1872 to 1967, which is one reason why only half of 18 to 24-year-old Chicanos in 1960 had even completed 8th grade. Many Latino leaders worry that Ron Unz and his patronizing supporters are trying to turn the clock backwards. The elimination of bilingual education, warns Dr. Juan Andrade, will only increase the number of Latino students at risk, and virtually ensure their illiteracy in 2 languages. Proposition 227 was not about English for the children. It was about reinstitutionalizing discrimination and legalizing the deprivation of knowledge and educational opportunity. This proposition sanctions the rejection of Latino culture and our language in society and in the public schools. In the face of increasing income and educational inequalities, the search for greater economic and political power has become an imperative for Spanish surname urban populations. Latinos, all political pundits agree, are the sleeping dragon of U.S. politics. With the exception of Cuban Americans in Miami, they are grotesquely disfranchised in every major metropolitan area. More than 7 million adults out of a national Latino voting age population of 18.4 million in 1996 lacked citizen rights. As a result, many urban constituencies resemble 18th-century British rotten boroughs with tiny effective electorates. In one Los Angeles council district, for example, more than 2/3 of adults are non-citizens, and in a recent election only 2% of the population voted. Likewise in New York City, only 5% of 1,468,876 non-Puerto Rican Latinos voted in the last citywide election. As a result, Latinos are extraordinarily underrepresented in public office in most states. In Dallas, for example, 130 pi, where Spanish surname kids constitute 51% of the student population, Latinos have exactly 1 school board member, while whites, 12% of students, have 5. Nationally, Latinos, with a population almost equal to African Americans, held a mere 18 seats in the 106th Congress, versus 37 black seats, and none in the Senate. This long history of political marginality is, however, finally coming to an end. The recent wave of immigrant bashing, including Proposition 187 in California and the demagogic presidential campaigns of Ross Perot and Patrick Buchanan in 1996, have produced a powerful Latino electoral riposte. Like the great 1928 surge in urban Catholic and Jewish votes stimulated by the growth of the Ku Klux Klan in the North, the new nativism has spurred citizenship and voter registration efforts. Indeed, the naturalization process has almost collapsed under the weight of 2.5 million Asian and Latino applicants. For Mexicans, moreover, the path to the U.S. voting booth has been eased by the Mexican Congress's recent decision to allow dual citizenship. In 1997, an astonishing 255,000 Mexican immigrants became U.S. citizens, breaking the previous single-nation naturalization record of 106,626 Italians in 1944. As a result, the 1996 and 1998 elections were a watershed for Latino political hopes. Although the overall vote in 1996 declined by 8% in one of the lowest presidential election turnouts in American history, the Latino share rose by a spectacular 16%, and registration by 28%. If Latinos still constitute only 7% of the active electorate, their votes are strategically concentrated in the 4 states, California, Texas, Florida, and New York, that control the Electoral College. In New York, 131. City and Los Angeles, moreover, Latino turnout in 1996 surpassed the black vote for the first time in history. It is generally conceded that high Latino turnouts enabled Clinton to beat Dole in Florida and normally bedrock Republican Arizona, where a Prions, English-only initiative outraged Mexican residents and allowed Democrats to carry the state for the first time since 1948. Meanwhile, Governor Pete Wilson's shrill crusade against immigrants in California helped raise the Latino vote from 7% to 14% of the total. In the presidential election, Clinton did spectacularly well in Los Angeles' San Gabriel Valley, the largest single concentration of Latino votes in the nation. In 1998, one of the Valley's representatives in Sacramento, liberal stalwart Antonio Villaraigosa, succeeded Cruz Bustamante, who became lieutenant governor, as the Speaker of the California Assembly. Even more shocking for old-fashioned conservatives was the defeat of ultra-right-wing Orange County Congressman Robert Dornan by Latina Democrat Loretta Sanchez, narrowly in 1996 and overwhelmingly in 1998. In 2000, Latinos are projected to cast 1 out of 8 votes in California and 1 out of 5 in Texas. As a result, every major presidential candidate except Pat Buchanan has eagerly boned up on his high school Spanish, with George W. Bush, who has pointedly refrained as governor of Texas from incendiary attacks on immigrant welfare or bilingual education, boasting that he will steal the Latino vote from Al Gore. Boy Bush's repeated claim, however, that I got nearly 50% of the Hispanic vote in the 1998 Texas election seems to be patently untrue. He actually received somewhere between 37% and 39%. Yet, 132. Latinos' arrival at a strategic position in national and local politics is bittersweet at best. The translation of demographic strength into electoral clout will remain excruciatingly slow, and even in the breakthrough year of 1996, only 4.3 million out of 11.2 million eligible Spanish surname citizens actually voted. Low turnouts may in part reflect the shortage of visible rewards conferred by electoral mobilization. The wheels of non-ideological mass politics have been traditionally greased by the feedback of material and symbol-HC power. Not surprisingly, groups whose turnout earns or defends visible progress, like the Irish, Jews and Cubans, have high participation rates, while ethnic groups whose captive votes produce few advantages to themselves, like Poles and Puerto Ricans, have notorious reputations for low turnout. One doesn't have to be a Pavlovian or primitive functionalist to grasp that the current drought of redistributable resources in urban politics has a deterrent impact on voter mobilization. Latinos and Asians, after all, have the bad luck to be repopulating American big cities during an epoch of maximum fiscal disengagement by senior levels of government. Between 1977 and 1985, for example, the federal contribution to municipal budgets slumped from 19% to 9% in New York City, 18% to 2% in Los Angeles, and 27% to 15% in Chicago. Suburb-dominated state legislatures, meanwhile, have stubbornly refused to make up the shortfall. They prefer instead to jettison social mandates, end welfare, close hospitals, reduce public employment, and shift revenues to edge suburbs. As a result, ethnic breakthroughs in city politics, Miami being 133. A partial exception, no longer deliver the same kinds of spoils as they did in past. In the most extreme cases, Latino majorities simply inherit wreckage. The pride and excitement of electing Spanish surname officials quickly yields to disillusionment and demobilization when electoral euphoria collides with the mean fiscal realities of local government. This is more or less what has happened in the archipelago of aging industrial suburbs southeast of downtown Los Angeles, where Chicanos have won city council majorities from 1992, the locally famous Bell Gardens Revolution, onward. In the 15 or even 20-year gap between the emergence of Latino demographic majorities in the 1970s and the election of Latino city governments in the 1990s, real political competition virtually disappeared as cabals of good old boys manipulated the fears of elderly white voters, a majority of the electorate even when they constituted less than 10% of the population, to entrench their control over city budgets and redevelopment agencies. They shaped a plantation politics of town bosses and lifelong council members, whose incarnations include the Huey Long-like kingship of city manager Claude Booker in Bell Gardens and the Politburo-like regime of the Big Five on the Huntington Park City Council. When the revolution came, their Chicano successors were stunned to discover that civic fiscal resources had been systematically squandered and that the new majorities were now saddled with huge bonded debts for generally worthless redevelopment initiatives. Voter morale waned as it became clear that empowerment meant little more than a Spanish surname on the paychecks to the police and the municipal creditors. 134. Ultimately, there is a danger that the same dismal scenario could play itself out in the city of Los Angeles. As Latinos begin to acquire majority power in the early 2000s, the retiring Speaker of the California Assembly Antonio Villaraigosa is already a declared candidate for mayor. The scope for ameliorative politics will be largely defined by social investment decisions made during the 1980s and 1990s. Apart from jobs, and the civil service workforce is essentially frozen in place, the vital public resources for the working poor are education, healthcare, and transit. In each instance, the future has been looted in advance. Los Angeles's Red Line subway, one of the great public works disasters in U.S. history, has devoured a generation's worth of transit investment while failing to build an extension to the east side and beggaring the bus system upon which most people of color depend. Likewise, the school board, faced with the nation's worst crisis of classroom space, has managed to build the most expensive high school in American history over a potentially explosive natural gas deposit that may preclude its ever being used. In an extraordinary vote of no confidence in itself, the embattled school district elected to bring in the Army Corps of Engineers to manage new construction. And, in a metropolitan area where more than a third of Latinos lack health insurance, fiscally strapped county government, against fierce East Side opposition, is closing or downsizing critical hospital facilities. Although the electoral guillotine is finally reaping revenge on the school board and federal investigators are crawling over the carcass of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the damage to the social infrastructure is colossal. Billions in scarce tax. $135 have been squandered to produce little more than ruins and holes in the ground. The only winners have been a handful of giant construction multinationals, their five-star law firms and political henchmen. As a final bad joke on the future, white busyness and homeowner elites, including key organizers of anti-migrant Proposition 187, have started a well-financed secession drive in the San Fernando Valley, claiming that the recent fiascos have shown Los Angeles to be ungovernable. Activists in the Latino-majority East Valley have retaliated by threatening a sub-secession of their own. Exactly as some Reagan strategists had hoped, federal disinvestment in the cities combined with Washington's unwillingness to bear a fair share of the social costs of mass immigration, national not local government pockets the fiscal surplus generated by newcomers, have exploded what remains of New Deal-era allegiances. The old civil rights coalition between blacks and Latinos, first built during the progressive campaigns of the 1940s and temporarily renewed by Jesse Jackson in the 1980s, collapsed across in the country during the 1990s. As the fiscal noose has tightened around city budgets, demographically ascendant Latino communities, hungry for more control over schools, transit, and public employment, have found themselves locked in increasingly bitter zero-sum conflicts with black leaderships unwilling to share hard-won gains. Traditional politics provides little leverage on the fabulous fiscal assets selfishly guarded by separately incorporated edge cities and outer. 138. Suburbs. Political friction over public sector resources, as distinguished from job competition in the private marketplace, has eroded the dream of a rainbow coalition. It has also opened the door to a resurgence of white political elites in the city halls of the nation's three largest cities. With the help of powerful Latino allies, Rudolph Giuliani, Herman Badillo, Richard Riordan, Richard Alatorre, and Richard M. Daley, Luis Gutierrez, have deftly exploited accumulated Latino grievances over the failure of power sharing during black mayoral regimes in the 1980s and early 1990s. Temporarily at least, they allied crucial chunks of the Latino vote, ranging from 40% in New York to 60% in Chicago and Los Angeles, with shrinking white electorates to marginalize African Americans. The confiscation of power from blacks has been stunning and deeply embittering, although only in Chicago, where Daley Jr. rewarded Latino supporters with key appointments and $200 million in new school investment, has any obvious material advantage accrued to Chicanos or Puerto Ricans. Riordan, to the disappointment of his original conservative backers, has, however, stayed scrupulously neutral in L.A.'s recent labor wars. Savvy conservative pundits of both parties have applauded this realignment, reasoning that Latinos' inevitable demands will generate more conflict with blacks and thus become the final nail in the coffin of urban liberalism. The worst-case scenario, and national object lesson for progressives, is the beleaguered city of Compton. Since Douglas Dewar Hyde became the West's first black mayor in 1969, the city of 100,000 has faced extraordinary obstacles in its struggle to rebuild its business and tax base after panicked white flight in the 139. Late 1960s. Although it is surrounded by port-related warehousing and manufacturing, Compton was rebuffed in every attempt to annex new revenue sources, which were allocated by the county to white-majority cities instead. Without new income, Compton was forced to relentlessly increase the fiscal pressure on its homeowners. At the same time, the major banks cut off most home and small business financing. High property taxes, redlining, and residential dereliction sped an exodus of the black middle class from the city in the late 1970s, while poverty, overcrowding, welfare dependence, illiteracy and unemployment soared. Few cities suffered more brutally from the Reagan/Bush cutbacks in federal aid. Absentee landlords began to convert the former city of homeowners into a rent plantation for poor blacks and, especially, new Latino immigrants. African American public sector professionals, together with white cops and Latino store owners, commuted to Compton for work but lived elsewhere. Community activists, as a result, increasingly used the term neocolonialism. Socioeconomic decline exacerbated festering Black-Latino tensions. For years tax revenue had been drained from Compton's Latino neighborhoods with little visible return investment. Some Latino leaders publicly worried that the city, which devotes an incredible 70% of its general fund to public safety, was being so thoroughly strip-mined by outsiders that there would eventually be nothing left to meet the needs of their children. This perception was only reinforced when Compton's bankrupt and scandal-ridden school system, singled out by the National Education Association as horrible, was taken into receivership by the state. Latino residents were also enraged by the favoritism. 140. Shown politically connected developers, who have squandered millions in redevelopment loans, while a string of ordinances prohibiting outdoor sales and street vending harassed hard-working Latinos. In the early 1990s, Pedro Palin, a long-established businessman and community activist, implored African American leaders to defuse the gathering crisis by sharing power on the city council. Accordingly, one of the city's younger and most outspoken black leaders, Omar Bradley, offered to back Palin for a council seat in 1993 if he would in turn swing Latino and Samoan voters behind Bradley's bid for the mayoralty. Latinos dutifully flocked to the polls to cast what they believed was a dual vote for Bradley and Palin. Then, before anyone could say multiculturalism, Mayor-elect Bradley reneged on his public promise to Palin and appointed a relatively unknown African American to the council. The following year, to make matters worse, local television broadcast an amateur videotape of a slightly built Latino teenager being battened and stomped by a furious African American Compton cop. Immediately compared to the Rodney King case, the beating of 17-year-old Felipe Soltero became a lightning rod for accumulated Latino grievances against Compton's black political elite. Have the oppressed now decided to become the oppressors? asked Latino activists as Palin and his followers demanded a Justice Department investigation of discrimination in Compton. Bradley, for his part, evinced little respect for the feelings of Latinos when, after viewing the Soltero video, he icily commented, "No reaction." Indeed, as a surging Latino population became a clear majority in the city during the second half of 141. The 1990s, Bradley and his followers became more truculent and intransigent. The mayor, who calls Latinos agitators, likes to quote Frederick Douglass mischievously out of context, "Power concedes nothing without demand." African-American journalist Darryl Fears has contrasted the catastrophe of interethnic relations in Compton, at least on an elite level, to its sister suburb of Inglewood, where shrewd local polls have been willing to open a few doors to the emergent Latino majority. Although there are still stark inequities in overall representation and status, Latinos have a council seat and several high offices, unlike Compton, where the only high-ranking Latino in city government 1998 is the Water Department director. Indeed, as Mayor Roosevelt Dorn told Fears, "We're making every effort to bring everyone into the program." Inglewood will not follow Compton. One can only hope Dorn is sincere. Locking Latinos out of power has become a suicidal course for African Americans. By the same token, Latino retaliation, dispossessing blacks of their political capital, simply works to the advantage of Giuliani and other enemies of the working poor. Black and Latino unity, however imperiled, remains the fulcrum of all progressive political change. Building Black-Latino unity is also the main challenge confronting Antonio Villaraigosa, the retiring left Democrat Speaker of the California Assembly, as he prepares to run for mayor of Los Angeles in 2001. His ability to revitalize rainbow politics, in a contest that will be the main event for Latinos everywhere, depends crucially on Los Angeles's dynamic union movement. As in the 1930s and the 1960s, but perhaps even more urgently into 142 days post-liberal climate, substantive reform through electoral politics depends less on campaign maneuvering and bloc voting than upon resources and solidarities independently generated by struggles in neighborhoods and workplaces. Only powerful extra-electoral mobilizations, with the ability to shape agendas and discipline candidates, can ensure the representation of grassroots socio-economic as well as ethnic symbolic interests. Without denigrating the importance of community struggles around housing, schools, pollution, policing or public transportation, or forgetting the bitter Puerto Rican experience with the ILGU, rank-and-file controlled trade unionism remains the best hope for empowering urban Latino communities. Equally, if there is a renaissance of American labor close at hand, it will be a story in which Latinos, along with blacks and other new immigrants, play a central role. Ana Alvarado is a Salvadoran immigrant to Los Angeles. For 15 years she made beds and scrubbed toilets in Little Tokyo's luxurious New Otani Hotel, one of the crown jewels of the 30-year crusade to redevelop downtown Los Angeles as a corporate hub of the Pacific Rim. In 1995 she was fired for supporting a union organizing drive. Suites at the New Otani, developed and owned by Kojima, the world's second-largest construction conglomerate, go for anywhere from $475 to $1,800 per night, but most of the hotel's staff, 70% Latino, 25% Asian, earn Motel 6 wages. After repeated pleas for help from a group of pro-union work ERS, hotel employees and restaurant employees, here, Local 11 led by a dynamic young Latina, Maria Elena Durazo, launched a full-scale organizing drive in 1993. The New Otani immediately hired the most notorious union buster in Southern California, who held captive audience meetings to intimidate union sympathizers while 144. Management made Orwellian threats, a few of our employees showed disrespect to managers and, over a period of time, they will be dealt with in the appropriate manner. Indeed, the hotel made work-life hell for known union supporters, who were repeatedly assigned demeaning tasks and suspended for imaginary insubordinations. It even issued an open letter to lawless Local 11 that childishly proclaimed, "You are disgusting." Harassment of the staff acquired ugly racial overtones. According to the new Otani's general manager, Latino workers, especially those born in other countries, were not yet as sophisticated perhaps as some others. Thus Mexican and Salvadoran waiters were demoted to busboys and replaced by Anglos. Japanese workers were forbidden at the cost of their jobs to fraternize with Latinos, and at one point Latinos were banned from speaking to each other in Spanish. Despite the protests of several members of the Los Angeles City Council, 5 of the most senior, pro-union workers, including the very popular Ana Alvarado, were fired. Future historians may someday compare the new Otani's action with Colonel Harrison Gray Otis's mass dismissal of his union printers in 1892, each was a declaration of war on labor that opened an defining era of class conflict in Los Angeles. If New York City is reinventing Latin American culture, then metropolitan Los Angeles, with its huge Mexican/Central American working class, an estimated 500,000 factory and 1.5 million service workers, may yet reshape the American labor movement as it enters its 8th year with no sign of weakening on either side. The new Otani campaign not only remains in the 145 forefront of the most dramatic uprising of immigrant labor since the early days of Cesar Chavez's farm workers, but has become an extraordinary experiment in citywide and international solidarity among the workers' earliest allies, for instance, were veterans of Little Tokyo People's Rights Organization, which back in the 1970s had fought to protect the neighborhood's senior citizens and small businesses against eviction by the redevelopment juggernaut that partnered Kojima with Old Guard downtown interests. Then in 1994, Local 11 researchers discovered that Chinese survivors of a 1945 massacre at one of Kojima's slave labor camps were suing the corporation for reparations. Ana Alvarado and her Little Tokyo supporters subsequently organized rallies to publicize Kojima's sinister history, and a delegation of new Otani workers went to Tokyo to meet with the aged Chinese plaintiffs, who gave them a beautifully calligraphed banner, as well as sympathetic Japanese trade unionists. Meanwhile, union researchers began to unravel the spider's web of insider connections that has allowed Kojima to dominate so much of recent public works construction, including the Hollywood segment of the new subway, the Long Beach Aquarium, and, most notoriously, the toxic-sided Belmont Learning Center. Without the union's persistent muckraking, it is highly unlikely that the school board would ever have had to confront the Belmont scandal. The tactical ingenuity and strategic audacity of the new Otani campaign is not unique. Over the last decade, Latino rank-and-file workers have made the Los Angeles area the major R&D center for 21st-century trade unionism. The defiant and exuberant spirit of the Hulgas of the 1960s and early 1970s has re-emerged in 146 sweatshop industry and low-paid service sector after another. This is war. Chant minimum wage Latina/O janitors as they march through office suites and swank office towers in downtown and Beverly Hills. Sharing equal glory with Local 11 for giving immigrant workers the resources to fight back has been the Service Employees Justice for Janitors campaign. In 1990 a peaceful, legal march of janitors in Century City was charged by baton-wielding police who severely injured a number of workers. Public revulsion, and a successful lawsuit against the LAPD has made it less fearful for workers to use direct action tactics borrowed from the farm workers and civil rights struggles. The feisty janitors were soon followed by the American racing equipment strikers in 1990–91, the militant drywalleros in 1992 who shut down construction sites from Ventura to the Mexican border, the union spas workers in Pomona in 1993, the drywalleros, again, with house framers in Orange County in 1995, county workers and thousands of harbor area container haulers in 1996, hunger-striking Latino Teamsters at Price Pfister in 1996, and food industry workers in the successful campaigns against Miss Zion Guerrero Tortillas in 1996–97 and Farmer John in 1998*. In addition to their long siege of the new Otani, here also fought a long knockdown, drag-out battle against Los Angeles's largest private employer, the University of Southern California. This latter-day Trojan War began in 1995 when the wealthy university, whose endowment includes a large part of downtown LA, refused to provide guarantees of job security to its veteran catering and cleaning workers, primarily Latino immigrants, in the event it contracts out services. After 5 years of grinding confronta. 147. And mass arrests, USC finally conceded after Local 11 President Durazo, who seriously endangered her health in a dramatic hunger strike joined by Latino legislators and celebrities. With the support of immigrant rights groups, liberationist clergy, Latino college students and other communities of color, these new wave campaigns have overwhelmed employers with an innovative tactical repertoire that has included guerrilla theater and film, public art, a pro-labor masked and caped avenger, mopman, trade union/auto novel 5 in Spanish, corporate exposes, disruption of stockholders' meetings, mass civil disobedience, from sit-ins in offices to blockage of freeways, pickets in front of bosses' homes or corporate headquarters, even in Japan, community delegations, work to rule, union fiestas and marches, and the encirclement of City Hall by hundreds of huge trucks, as well as traditional picket lines and boycotts. Equally novel has been the bilingual Los Angeles Bus Riders Union, sponsored by the Labor Community Strategy Center, which has organized thousands of inner-city residents to successfully protest racism in public transit expenditure. All of these campaigns have, in turn, drawn formidable talent from graduates of the student protests against Proposition 187 that rocked Southern California in 1994. The best and brightest of the second generation want to be organizers and teachers, not MBAs. This explosion of rank-and-file energy, which Longshore leader Peter Olney has aptly called the rising of the million, has moreover allowed a block of progressive public employee and service sector unions with Latino majority or Black and Latino majority memberships to wrest control of the Los Angeles County Federa. 148. Of labor from conservative, white-dominated building trades locals. The Federation's new Latino Secretary-Treasurer, Miguel Contreras, is, fittingly enough, a battle-scarred hero of Cesar Chavez's movimiento. Moreover, the new majority unions have begun to send their own militant representatives to Sacramento, including Assemblymember Gilbert Cedillo, who led the dogged fight of county workers against hospital downsizing. Some veteran political analysts, like the L.A. Weekly's Harold Mayerson, see this emergent Labor-Latino alliance as the prime mover that will realign California politics over the next decade. Certainly the victories in Los Angeles provided powerful ammunition to those inside the national AFL-CIO who successfully lobbied the executive to endorse an amnesty for undocumented workers, a watershed in labor's claim to speak for the interests of Latino communities. The Latino labor uprising in Los Angeles has also cemented a multi-ethnic coalition around the campaign for a metropolitan living wage. In 1997, the Los Angeles City Council, led by veteran teacher activist Jackie Goldberg, defied Mayor Riordan to join a dozen other cities, including Milwaukee and Baltimore, in passing a living wage ordinance for workers under city contract. No symbolic gesture, this law has helped to create a new moral framework and wage standard for organizing everywhere in the metropolis. It injects what Marx called an alternative political economy of the working class into the debate about the future of Los Angeles and its emergent Latino majority. It is, in other words, a rare contemporary example of strategic politics, that is, the control of the formulation of an issue, from the left. 149. Even the Chamber of Commerce is now forced to discuss solutions to the caste poverty that entraps so many tens of thousands of hard-working households, as union activists have hammered home the message that labor militancy is the only viable moral alternative to poverty-driven explosions of rage and frustration like the 1992 Rodney King riots. They are arguing, in effect, that post-industrial urban economies, regardless of the dismal assessments of so many urban theorists, can be successfully restructured through collective bargaining to support living wages, if not a return to the lost paradise of post-war Fordism. They are also wagering that class organization in the workplace is the most powerful strategy for ensuring the representation of immigrants' socio-economic as well as cultural and linguistic rights in the new century ahead. The emerging Latino metropolis will then wear a proud union label.